we started with chemical thermodynamics, right? We're taken up just the first law and the zeroth law. The first law in itself has so much to tell that we were just explaining that, and I think we had moved on till isothermal expansion. A quick revision, as we always do, for whatever we had done last time. The very first thing that we started up was the definition of thermodynamics, which you understand as nothing but some kind of an association of macroscopic properties that deals with exchange of energy, some kind of heat energy exchange, or changes which are in accordance with the chemical reactions which are taking place. This is what we started out with. Then after that, we talked about the objectives of thermodynamics. What was the main objective of thermodynamics? When we talk about chemical thermodynamics, what we are majorly interested in is in knowing whether a particular reaction is going to occur or not. And when I say a reaction is going to occur, that means the reaction is feasible, and it means that the reaction is spontaneous. This is what we get to know. And the second thing that we get to know is about the yields of the products. Next, we talk about the limitations of we did talk about the limitations also. The major limitation was it does not talk about the speed of the reaction. What is that branch of science that deals with the speed of the reaction? Kinetics. Chemical kinetics is the one that deals with the speed of the reaction, but thermodynamics does not talk about the rate at all. All right, and then there was another limitation. It does not talk about the mechanisms at all. And your classical thermodynamics deals only with macroscopic properties, and it is not telling you anything about microscopic properties. This was another limitation. Then in order to begin understanding the thermodynamics, what we need to start off with is to understand each and every term of thermodynamics. In this, the very first one you should know is system and surroundings. जिस चीज को आप study कर रहे हो, that is system. Everything else in the universe is your surroundings. Then we talk about open, closed and isolated system. Open system in which matter and energy both can be exchanged. Closed system in which only energy can be exchanged, but no matter cannot be exchanged. Any matter cannot be exchanged. And then you have isolated system in which neither matter nor energy can be exchanged. Then we talk about homogeneous and heterogeneous. We did talk about the homogeneous and heterogeneous system also. In homogeneous system, you have the system to be uniform throughout. And then in heterogeneous system, we do not have uniformity throughout the system. They are non-uniform. Then macroscopic and microscopic systems, this you already know very clearly. Macroscopic are the ones which are bulk, or that talks about the bulk properties. Why did we discuss this here? Because your chemical thermodynamics only deals with macroscopic systems, and whatever properties that we actually constitute with the help of thermodynamics are your macroscopic properties only, which are related to the bulk of the system. Then extensive and intensive properties. I told you in means independent. So intensive properties are those which are independent of the mass of the system or the amount of the system rather, because kahin pe bhi if there is an intensive property divided by an intensive property, remember it will become, extensive upon extensive will always make it an intensive property. I'm sorry. And extensive properties are those which depend upon the amount of the substance, right? Next slide, please. And then we did talk about the thermodynamic equilibrium, in which we understand that thermodynamic equilibrium is that state in which we have the rate of the forward reaction to be equal to the rate of the backward reaction. Okay, and here we very clearly see that there are three types: thermal, mechanical and chemical equilibrium. Sirf conditions yaad rakhni hai. Thermal equilibrium mein temperature, there will be no exchange of temperature or heat now, because thermal means delta T is now equal to 0. I mean the change in the temperature on both the sides of your chemical process or whatever you are carrying out. In mechanical, now no further work needs to be done on either side of the system, on either side of your. So in this case, we say that your pressure is a constant. Then in chemical equilibrium, when there is no further change of chemical composition, then thermodynamic processes, you all should know, isothermal means constant temperature, adiabatic means constant heat, so that means dq is equal to 0. And we did talk about the first law, so all of you all know now what is q. Q is the heat which is contained within the system. Isochoric means your delta V is equal to 0, and isobaric means delta P is equal to 0. Now for the reversible and irreversible processes, what did we see? In case of reversible processes, we see that the rate of the forward and the backward direction almost remains the same. What we say is that the driving force is infinitesimally larger, or I mean infinitesimally larger than the opposing force. Your reaction is proceeding, but it's reversible in such a fashion that the driving and the opposing force are equivalent. But in majority of the books, you will find the explanation that the driving force is infinitesimally smaller than the opposing force. मतलब दोनों almost same ही है. Irreversible processes are generally all the natural processes which are occurring in nature, and they are absolutely spontaneous. And what happens is they are generally irreversible. Why? That means they are just moving in one particular direction. And why are generally majority of the reactions which are natural irreversible in nature? Because according to the law of conservation of energy, the energy on both the sides should be equal so that the driving and the opposing force are almost the same. But in this particular case, either the energy is lost or extra is like absorbed. There is some kind of a heat exchange which is favoring the irreversible process. Next, we did talk about the internal energy. Internal, as the name suggests, it is the energy within your system. Okay, and when you are talking about the energy within the system, that means there are so many energies that we talk about. We talk about heat energy, we talk about the pressure volume work, we talk about, say, mechanical energy, electrical energy, gravitational energy. Whatever energy is there within your system, all those in combination would be your internal energy, which is represented by U or E. Work, heat and energy are generally can be clubbed together to understand. As you know, that work will be, it is nothing but an intensity factor into a capacity factor. Okay, intensity factor may be the force and capacity factor may be the displacement. So here we did talk about that work can also be expressed, work which you know is force into displacement can also be written as pressure into area into displacement. So we said that this work is also equivalent to the pressure volume work that we talk about. P delta V, you remember the formula, the simplest of all that we've done, right? Now when we say P delta V, we put a minus sign also there by convention, so that whenever we get work done by the system, it is always negative. And when work is done on the system, it is positive. Good. And you have to remember that work done in a reversible process is the maximum work done. Then we also did talk about the state functions and the path functions. What are the state functions? Which depend upon only the initial and the final position. They just do not depend upon how your state is reaching to the final state. It depends only on the final and the initial system. That means if I want to find out, say, the change in internal energy, I say internal energy is a state function. So I can easily say that this can be equal to U final minus U initial. That means the final state of the internal energy minus initial state. But remember that your Q and W, heat and the work done, are nothing but the path functions. And I explained it for the work done in the last lecture. For the work done, how do you find out? When you draw pressure volume graph, you all now know the pressure volume behavior. For an ideal gas at least, how are they at constant temperature? They are inversely proportional. Which law? Boyle's law. Constant temperature, Boyle's law. All right. So here we see that when we talk about the pressure volume graph, then in that case, we very clearly see that the work done can be calculated by the area under the graph. So अगर area under the graph होगा, तो I am very much concerned कि मेरा अंदर nature कैसा होगा, as to how the state is reaching from one state to another state. So I see that this is not a state function, it is a path function. So on and so forth. It holds good for the Q also, which is also a path function, and U is a state function. I can give you another example of state function that we did last time. We also studied another form of energy, that is the enthalpy, which is also a state function. So if you have to find out delta H and you know the final enthalpy and the initial enthalpy, then you can easily find out the delta H. because enthalpy is also a state function. तो अगर आपको final state की enthalpy पता है और initial state की enthalpy पता है, तो we can easily find out the enthalpy change. Alright, thereafter we moved on to the laws of thermodynamics, wherein the very first one, that is the zeroth law of thermodynamics, being the easiest of all, is nothing but when two systems are in equilibrium with a third system are in thermal equilibrium. Which equilibrium did zeroth law talk about? Thermal equilibrium, which deals with the states of temperature, right? And here we say that zeroth law of thermodynamics is that when you have two systems to be in thermal equilibrium with a third system, see, then those two systems are also in thermal equilibrium with each other. This was our zeroth law. After that, we moved on to the first law. First law of thermodynamics is nothing but the law of conservation of energy. That you know the statement, so I'm not repeating it. There are many other forms of the first law of thermodynamics, one of which also states that the total internal energy of the system remains conserved. That means if you talk about the net internal energy change for a cyclical process, then in that case, the first law of thermodynamics states that the internal energy change for a cyclical process is equal to 0. And if that is the case, the first law quantitative expression for first law is du is equal to dq plus dw, or it was also put in macroscopic terms as delta u is equal to q plus w. Please remember this mathematical expression for the first law. This expression in itself is nothing but your first law. That is, the change in internal energy is accounted to your change in heat of the system and the work done on or by the system. You know the convention, Q will be positive is if heat is evolved, Q will be negative if heat is absorbed, and W will be positive when work is done on the system, and W will be negative when work is done by the system. And thereafter we introduced a new term when we were talking about the change of internal energy only. We did state that enthalpy is nothing but equal to H is equal to U plus PV. And this was the step where we did talk about constant pressure, right? We did come at this last time. All you have to now remember from examination point of view is that your enthalpy is equal to U plus PV. Okay. Next, we talked of heat capacity, which is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of a substance by 1 degree Celsius. Is heat capacity extensive or intensive? Extensive, because this is only joules per mole. All right, it is very much for a substance. But when I say it is specific heat capacity, then it is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 gram by 1 degree Celsius. And when I say molar heat capacity, it is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 mole of a substance by 1 degree Celsius. And those two properties are intensive. Thereafter, we moved on to the processes that we understand. Expansion means volume is increasing, right? We talked about the isothermal expansion of an ideal gas. Now concentrate on the board. When I talk of the isothermal expansion of an ideal gas, there we did some formulae, and those were, I told you that if I'm talking about a process such as isothermal expansion, in case of isothermal expansion, I can have two processes. One would be reversible and the other would be irreversible. And when I talk about an irreversible process, then in case of irreversible process, I can have free expansion, and I can also have intermediate expansion. I know that my first law states that du is equal to dq plus dw. Here in this case of isothermal expansion, delta T is equal to 0, isothermal expansion. If delta T is equal to 0, then according to Joule's law, my delta U will also be equal to 0, right? If delta U is equal to 0, then my first law that states delta U is equal to Q plus W right? That makes it Q is equal to minus W. This was the generalization for the isothermal expansion of an ideal gas. अब आइडियल गैस की बात करें रिवर्सिबल प्रोसेस में जब एक्सपेंशन हो रहा है तो इसका मतलब रिवर्सिबल है वो रिवर्सिबल कब होगा जब मेरा एक्सटर्नल प्रेशर would be equivalent to the pressure of the gas तभी वो रिवर्सिबल होगा when will it attain stability रिवर्सिबल कब होगा right so here in this case I calculate अब मेरा बचा क्या delta T is 0 delta U is 0 another factor that is left is delta H what is my delta H it is equal to delta U plus delta of PV. Why? Because H is equal to U plus PV. Now, this is delta U. Now, what is the ideal gas law equation? PV is equal to nRT. So, I easily replace this PV with RT and what I get is delta U plus R delta T because R is already a constant for 1 mole. I can easily say that. So delta U is 0 for an isothermal expansion by Joule's law. So this is 0. Delta T is already 0 because I am talking about an isothermal expansion. So generalized things for isothermal expansion जो एकदम से आ जानी चाहिए. Isothermal बोलते हैं delta T 0, delta T सोचते हैं delta U 0 and delta H has also been calculated to be equal to 0. So 3 terminologies for my thermodynamic processes is already calculated. Okay, thereafter we move on to the only thing that is now for us to calculate is dq and dw because they have a relationship of a negative sign. W is nothing but equal to minus p delta v. If I talk about small amount of work done, dw is equal to minus p dv. This is something that we had done last time. I'm just helping you recapitulate that when I talk about a reversible process, my external pressure can be equated to the pressure of the gas. और यहाँ पे gas कौन सी है हमारे? Ideal, because I am talking about the isothermal expansion of an ideal gas. And if I talk about an ideal gas, I know PV is equal to nRT. So P is equal to RT by V for 1 mole. So this will be RT by V. And from here we calculated our W to be minus 2.303 RT log V2 upon V1. This is the formula that I was expecting you to remember. So even if you do not know how to derive it, please remember the expression because these questions are asked in the entrance examinations. So what you have here is W is equal to minus 2.303 log of V2 by V1. अगर volume नहीं दे रखा, pressure दे रखा है, तो भी we can always relate it according to the ideal gas law equation. PV is equal to nRT. तो अगर मेरा V2 by V1 है, P1 V1 is equal to RT1. So P2 V2 is equal to RT2. I take the ratio. So my V2, if the temperature is constant, it's an isothermal process. So temperature is constant. दोनों right hand side will cancel out to become equal to 1. So here in this case, I will get V2 by V1 to be equal to P1 by P2. ये मैंने last time आपको सिर्फ बता दिया था. So from here, I can also write my W to be equal to minus 2.303 RT log of P1 by P2. I think you remember one formula and the other one you'll remember it automatically. And if you remember W, then Q doesn't need to be remembered because Q is nothing but minus W. Then when we move on to the irreversible case, in irreversible case, what did we have? In irreversible, we had W we calculate करना है. What is my W? Minus P external dV. What is my P external? 0. क्योंकि फ्री एक्सपेंशन मीन्स मेरा सिस्टम एक्सपैंड आराम से कर रहा है तो एक्सटर्नल से तो कोई प्रेशर आ ही नहीं रहा. इफ दिस इज माय सिस्टम फ्री एक्सपेंशन मीन्स द सिस्टम इज एक्सपैंडिंग आई मीन जस्ट इरिवर्सिबली. सो दैट मीन्स ऊपर से कोई प्रेशर नहीं आ रहा तो नेग्लिजिबल है ना ऊपर का प्रेशर. तो दैट मीन्स P external is almost equal to 0. So in that case my work done will be equal to 0. If work done is equal to 0, then Q is equal to 0. बाकी की चीजें already 0 थी. So remember, for a free expansion, your all terminologies that we calculate using the first law are equal to 0. And for intermediate, now of course, W can be calculated because that will be minus XP external dV. अब इस P को मैं replace नहीं करा सकती. Why? Because this P external is nothing but your external pressure from the surroundings. It cannot be equated to the ideal case as it was done here. ये भी P external ही था, लेकिन ये P external equivalent था to ideal P of ideal gas. So here in this case, what will be my P external will remain as such. So I write it as P only into V2 minus V1 when I integrate it for calculating my W. So with this, we had summed up the isothermal expansion. This is something that you had done newly. So I quickly recapitulated it again for you. So here we clearly see isothermal expansion means delta T0, delta U0, delta H0. अगर delta U0 तो Q is equal to minus W. If Q is equal to minus W, एक चीज तो calculate कर ले formula से. So W is equal to minus 2.303 RT log V2 by V1 for which case? Reversible, जिसमें मैंने P external को P ideal से replace करा है. And P1 by P2. अगर formula, if a numerical is in terms of pressure. Then for the next case, if I move on to irreversible process, so सबसे पहले free expansion की बात करते हैं. In case of free expansion, what we know that my gas is expanding freely, so मेरा external pressure 0 है, तो work done 0 है. अगर work done 0 है, तो मेरा Q भी 0 है, और बाकी की चीजें already 0 थी. Intermediate expansion में your W will be equal to minus P external V2 minus V1. Will you remember all the formulae now? Remember. Okay, next we move on to adiabatic expansion of an ideal gas. When I talk about an adiabatic expansion, very clearly you all should remember that in case of an adiabatic expansion, when I talk about the adiabatic expansion, adiabatic का क्या मतलब है? That dq is equal to 0. It very clearly means that dq is equal to 0. If my dq is equal to 0, then I would say that my delta u or du is equal to dw. So delta u is equal to w. सिंपल फर्स्ट लॉ सबको याद है, उसमें कुछ भूलने के लिए है ही नहीं. डेल्टा यू इज इक्वल टू क्यू प्लस डब्ल्यू. अब हम बोल रहे हैं दैट एडियाबैटिक एक्सपेंशन मींस हीट इज कांस्टेंट, सो दैट मींस dq is equal to 0. If my dq is equal to 0, and then that means delta u is equal to w. Let me just help you recall that our delta u was nothing but equal to cv delta t. ये हमने लास्ट क्लास में करा है. What was my CV? CV was equal to dqv. This is the heat capacity at constant volume, right? Heat capacity at constant volume. It is rate of change of heat per degree Celsius, dqv by dt. What was my dqv? You remember u is equal to q, delta u is equal to q minus p delta v. तो constant volume पे मेरा qv क्या होगा? Delta u or du. So this was nothing but equal to du by dt. Got it? You remember? These are very simple basic definitions that you have to remember. qv was nothing but equal to my delta u, or dq is nothing but equal to my du. Because delta at constant volume, this term will go off. Similarly, we had also seen that Cp, that is the heat capacity at constant pressure, was nothing but dqp by dt, and this is also something that we proved last time, that our dqp is nothing but equal to dh upon dt. So from here I can easily say that delta u is equal to cv delta t, and also if I need to calculate my delta h is equal to cp delta t. Now again, for this, we have similar derivations, but this time I'll give you direct formulae for understanding. Try to arrive them at your, on your own once you go back. What we have again, reversible processes. Expansion की अगर बात करेंगे, एक तो reversible है, दूसरा कौन सा है? You can have irreversible processes also. In irreversible again you have two types. कौन सा? Free expansion, and you have intermediate expansion. Basically what you have to remember is in reversible you replace your P external by P ideal. So is the case here also. We know that du is already equal to 0. We write Cv delta T to be equal to minus P delta V, right? And then using that, we arrive at this P external can be replaced by again RT by V, right? Or I can write it as Cv dt. This is the starting point to arrive at the formula that I will just be giving you directly. ये मैंने क्यों लिखा है? What is Cv dt? By du. What is my work done? Work done is equal to sorry, minus PdV. Work done is equal to minus PdV. और अगर मेरा dq 0 है तो delta u is equal to w और du is equal to dw. I can write it like that. So du is equal to dw. So Cv dt is equal to minus PdV. I can easily write it like that. Now you rearrange. This is homework for you. Try and solve it till tomorrow, till we meet for the next class. This Cv dt, and here you have pressure. Replace this pressure using the ideal gas law equation and try to arrive at the formula which will give you a relationship between T and V as Tv to the power gamma minus 1 is equal to a constant. Please remember this. Tv to the power gamma minus 1 is a constant, where you know that gamma is nothing but equal to Cp upon Cv. This is something that we did while doing the gaseous state. Gamma is equal to Cp upon Cv. Monoatomic, diatomic, triatomic की मैंने values भी learn करवाई थी. What are the values? All guesses. Nobody remembers. Very bad. You hardly take 1 minute to remember these values. 1.67 for 1.67, 1.4, 1.3 for monoatomic, diatomic, triatomic respectively. इसको याद करने में कितनी देर लगती है? Repeat the values. 1.6, 1.4, 1.3. At least itna from numerical point of view you can remember, just in case if it is not given. If you are given the values of Cp and Cv, तो आप ratio निकाल के आराम से calculate कर सकते हो. So the very first relationship which you will get is that Tv to the power gamma minus 1 is a constant. There is another relationship that you get, Tp to the power 1 minus gamma upon gamma. क्योंकि एक बार एक relation आ गया, फिर तो आप Tv को substitute कर सकते हो according to the ideal gas law equation and you can just give it. So Tp to the power 1 minus gamma upon gamma, that is also a constant, and you can have another formula that is equal to PV to the power gamma is equal to a constant. सबसे ज़्यादा numericals वैसे last वाले पे आते हैं, but you can have them from any of these. This is when we use the relationship. I repeat, what are we trying to do is we are trying to now cover up the adiabatic expansion. इससे पहले हम क्या डिस्कस कर रहे थे? Isothermal delta T 0, delta U 0, delta H 0. Q was equal to minus W. Here in this case, ऐसे ही adiabatic के लिए generalization याद रखो that dq is equal to 0. Adiabatic का मतलब dq is equal to 0. एक बार dq is equal to 0 तो du is equal to dw, first law of thermodynamics. Then if you know this, then you know what is w minus p delta v. General formula, what is delta u? Cv delta t. General formula, what is delta h? Cp delta t. अब इस केस में again you can have two types of processes, reversible process and irreversible process. Now this is the starting equation. I am giving you a homework to arrive at this equation. All right, try and find out. For the time being, you remember these expressions so that we can solve the numericals at least. The last one being the most important because it's easy to remember and you get numericals based on it. Pv to the power gamma is equal to a constant. What would this mean? कि अगर आपके पास दो conditions दे रखे हैं, this is my rough column. If you are given
two rough conditions in which P1 and P2 and V1 and V2 are like given. One of them is unknown. So आप easily find it, you can easily find it out, like how P1 V1 to the power gamma will be equal to P2 V2 to the power gamma. So if any one of these is unknown, you can easily find it out using this expression. So on, I mean, such a thing holds good for the other two equations as well. T1 V1 to the power gamma minus 1 will be equal to T2 V2 to the power gamma minus 1. The third, I mean, generally this is like very rarely used for the numericals, but still you should be remembering, because you can have the options given for the formulae also. I put such questions also for you. Tp to the power 1 minus gamma upon gamma is equal to a constant. So I am giving you half a minute to memorize it right here, right now. For an adiabatic expansion, Pv to the power gamma is a constant. Right? Pv to the power gamma is a constant. Learned? Here, what we have? Gamma, remember the meaning of gamma. It is the ratio of Cp and Cv at constant heat capacity at constant pressure to heat capacity at constant volume, for which you know how to calculate the values also. And this concept of gamma, I'm again telling you, comes from the law of equipartition of energy, followed by the meaning of heat capacity, and then you come to gamma. Remember? Law of equipartition, and I am not repeating it again now. So Cv dt, from here you can just compare this, and from here you get three relationships. The first one is memorized, Pv to the power gamma is a constant. Second one, Tv to the power gamma minus 1 is a constant. And the third one, Tp to the power 1 minus gamma upon gamma is a constant. Alright, then we move on to free expansion. Now again, free expansion holds meaning work done क्या होता है minus PdV. तो एक्सटर्नल प्रेशर फ्री एक्सपेंशन में क्या है, फ्रीली एक्सपैंड कर रहे हैं, तो एक्सटर्नल प्रेशर क्या है, जीरो. मेरा Q क्या हो गया, where that is already zero, Q as such is zero, so I don't need to write about Q. So then my delta U is equal to 0. If my delta U also goes to 0, here in this case we can also prove that delta H is also equal to 0. So again remember that for an adiabatic free expansion also, just like the isothermal free expansion, all the terminologies finally turn out to be equal to 0. So Q0, adiabatic isothermal कोई भी केस हो, W0, W सबसे पहले 0 क्यों, क्योंकि P external is equal to 0. From there we arrive at delta U to be equal to 0, and finally delta H is also equal to 0. Now for the intermediate, the only difference here would be W is equal to minus P external dV. So again it will be minus P external into V2 minus V1. And these relationships do not hold good for the intermediate expansion, because यहाँ पे आप P को P ideal के साथ compare नहीं करते हो, right? So here in this case the usual meaning of W remains, that is minus P external dV. And what is your delta U? That will be equal to Cv into T2 minus T1. What is your delta H? That will be equal to Cp into T2 minus T1. यहाँ से मुझे याद आया कि I did not tell you W for the reversible process here. I gave you only the relationships. Using these relationships, we can arrive at a formula for W for reversible. I'm sorry, I'm going back to reversible again. Reversible वो वाला process था जिसमें external pressure is comparable to the ideal pressure of the ideal gas. So from here we see three relationships: Pv to the power gamma is equal to a constant, Tv to the power gamma minus 1, and Tp to the power 1 minus gamma upon gamma is a constant. Using these relationships, I get an expression for W, that is minus of P2 V2 minus P1 V1 upon 1 minus gamma. This is the expression for W for a reversible expansion, adiabatic expansion process. और क्योंकि आइडियल गैस है यहाँ पे, तो PV is nothing but equal to nRT. So here I can also write this formula as minus of nR into T2 minus T1 upon 1 minus gamma. So remember these expressions for W also. Done? Remember now? Shall I rub it off from the board? Before rubbing it off, one last revision. Now we did adiabatic expansion. In adiabatic expansion, adiabatic बोलते ही क्या दिमाग में आता है? dq is equal to 0. अगर dq is equal to 0 तो first law का जो expression you have pasted in your minds, what is that? Delta u is equal to q plus w. So delta u is equal to w. What is my delta u? Cv delta t. What is my delta h? Cp delta t. Apart from being delta u plus delta of pv also. H is equal to u plus pv तो meaning याद रखोगे ही. Then we in particular talk about the reversible process जिसमें हम अपने external pressure को ideal pressure से substitute कर देते हैं while computing some results or deductions, some physical chemistry expressions which are pv to the power gamma is equal to a constant, जिसका मतलब क्या है कि p1 v1 to the power gamma is equal to p2 v2 to the power gamma. Similarly, these three relationships can be just arrived. एक मिल जाएगा फिर बाकी दोनों अपने आप automatically derive हो जाएंगे. You also have Tv to the power gamma minus 1, that is a constant. Tp to the power 1 minus gamma upon gamma is a constant. इतनी बार मैंने ही repeat कर दिया that I'm sure all of you all must be having it stored in your minds now. Irreversible में free expansion चाहे adiabatic हो चाहे isothermal, सब zero. Everything goes down to 0. You know how. There are reasons. मेरे कहने से नहीं. Intermediate irreversible expansion में again W is equal to minus P external dV. यहाँ पे we cannot replace our external with ideal. So it holds its meaning of minus P external into V2 minus V1. That was our delta V. Delta U and delta H you already know. Okay. So now we move on with some more things. Now we have, we can take up some questions also. You can try out this question. Calculate the pressure volume work performed by the system during reversible isothermal expansion of 2 moles of an ideal gas. Please give your hand muscles some exercise. Start working it out. Minus? Did we do this question before? So it's a repetition. But what is the formula employed? Minus 2.303 RT log of V2 by V1. And in this case, V2 by V1 will turn out to be log 5. What is the value of log 5? 0.6990. So the option number A is the correct answer for this. Okay, we move on to another question then. Calculate the internal energy, the change in internal energy for the isothermal reversible expansion of 2 moles of argon from an initial pressure of 1 bar to a final pressure of 0.1 bar at 300 Kelvin. You can take a copy of the question. I'm sure you will all get a copy of this. So copy nahi karo, sirf practice karo. Otherwise you can have many questions from many books as such. इसमें सोचना पड़ रहा है. इसमें सोचना पड़ रहा है. I am quite surprised. Delta U इसमें क्या हो जाएगा? 0 हो जाएगा. Why do you have to hesitate if you know confidently? Which law? Joule's law. We did so many questions last time from this. So you should not be hesitating. Calculate the change in internal energy पूछा है. Change in internal energy बोलते ही सबसे पहले दिमाग में आता है Q plus W. Right? QW given है तो हम कुछ कर सकते हैं. Next चीज दिमाग में आती है isothermal reversible है तो delta T is 0. Question पढ़ते पढ़ते you should get your things, that the basics that are there in your mind. Of 2 moles N is equal to 2 stored from initial pressure P1 1 bar, P2 0.1 bar at 300 Kelvin. Isothermal है, change in internal energy पूछा है तो naturally delta U will be equal to 0. Work done का formula कुछ चाहिए ही नहीं. अगर work done होता तो work done का formula क्या होता? Minus 2.303 RT log P1 by P2. Then you could have calculated it. Next question. Calculate the heat absorbed for the isothermal reversible expansion of 2 moles of argon from an initial pressure of 1 bar to a final pressure. It's the same question, but here internal energy is not asked. So you have to be very careful in reading the question. Internal energy पढ़ो, constant temperature पढ़ो, सीधा 0. पर अब हीट अब्सॉर्ब्ड पूछी है. व्हाट इज हीट अब्सॉर्ब्ड? Q इज इक्वल टू माइनस W. व्हाट इज योर W? माइनस 2.303 RT log P1 by P2. कैलकुलेट करो जल्दी से. I am putting the working formula for those who did not get it or were absent in the last class. It will be minus 2.303 RT log of P1 by P2. Here P1 by P2 will be 10, I suppose. 1 upon 0.1. Log 10 is 1. So 8.314 will be the value of R. Temperature is given to be equal to 300. So quickly calculate and let me know. Do it quickly. Work out this problem quickly. Answer is, this will come out to be minus 11.5 kilojoules, let me tell you. But what you have to be careful is, many of you will just see this W is coming out to be minus 11.5 और करते करते ये भूल जाओगे कि heat absorbed पूछी थी. Right? So many of you will mark it as D because you are very confident. Calculation mistake है नहीं. Answer 11.5 आ रहा है. Minus sign यहाँ पे है, वहाँ पे नहीं है. So you may just impromptu do it. But the correct answer is option number A. Why? Because Q is equal to minus W. So you all have to remember that. Next question. Is 2 moles of hydrogen compressed adiabatically from STP conditions to occupy a volume of 4.48 liters. Calculate the final pressure. Gamma is equal to 1.41 is given. चलो आधा काम तो आसान है. Then you have log of 273 is given, so maybe you require it in the question. And then you have anti-log is of 2.84 to be given as 701.8. So it's an adiabatic process. Adiabatic process में आपको देखो temperature 1 and temperature 2 is given to you. STP means T1 is 273. T2 पूछा हुआ है. उसके बाद next चीज क्या given है? Volume. Volume is given to you as to occupy a volume of 4.48. So you are given V2. And V1 at standard temperature pressure conditions is 22.4. Check it. All right. And then just calculate using that. It will be TV to the power gamma minus 1 is equal to a constant. So the working formula for this question will be T1 V1 to the power gamma minus 1 will be equal to T2 V2 to the power gamma minus 1. And so what we want is T2. So we can have T2 by T1 to be equal to V2 by V1 to the power of gamma minus 1. What you have is, it will be, if you take log, you will have to take log, right? So here in this case, it will be log of, or let it be T2 by T1. Log of T2 by T1 will be equal to 0.41. Why 0.41? Gamma is 1.41 minus 1 into log of log of V1 by V2, and then just calculate. I think the values are given and they are very much, whenever you have such questions, you should feel very happy about it. Because अगर ये वाला value नहीं चाहिए, इसका मतलब anyways you're doing it wrongly. So just work it out. So here in this case, it will be 0.41 into, just calculate, I'll give you the final answer. What are you taking your V2 as? And what are you taking your V1 as? Why are you taking 22.4 liters is for how many moles? How many moles of H2 are given? So how many liters should you take? 44.8. छोटी छोटी सी चीजें हैं that you have to remember. Quickly. Now you know your V1, now you know your V2. So what you basically have now is, it will be log of T2 upon 273 will be equal to 44.8 upon 4.48 to the power 0.41. That is 10 to the power 0.41. So T2 will be equal to 273 plus it will be log. You will have to take log here and log of 273 plus 0.41. So finally this will turn out to be equal to log of 2.43 is given to you as log of 273 is given as 2.43. So this will turn out to be equal to see the expression that you get is T2 upon, from here if I substitute, it will be nothing but T2 upon 273 will be equal to, what is my V1 is 44.8 upon 4.48 to the power 0.41, because that is gamma minus 1. So basically you have to solve this expression now, and this is nothing but T2 will be equal to 0.41. I'm not taking log now, so 10 to the power 0.41 into 273. So basically this is your answer. And now what all do you need? T2 अगर log लोगे तो log of this will be 0.41 log 10 plus log 273. So you need your log 273, which is 2.43. So you substitute that value and you may need, now you will get 2.84 finally, and the anti-log of 2.84 will be your T2, which will be equal to 701.8, which is equal to 702 Kelvin. So, I mean, you should just know the methodology, otherwise the answer gets clear from the question itself. Next slide, please. Next question is that which of the following relationships are correct for an adiabatic expansion? Now you know, you've already memorized, you should be able to tell, because otherwise you need to do log and anti-log, which takes about a minute's time for the question. Here PV to the power gamma is a constant. So next question is, which of the following relations are correct again for the adiabatic expansion? Now you have to carefully, what is it? TV to the power gamma minus 1 is equal to a constant. HV तो आप देखोगे ही नहीं क्योंकि आपको पता आपने ऐसा कोई relation ही नहीं करा. But there will be more confusing terms for you in the question, so you please be clear. PV to the power gamma and TV to the power gamma minus 1. Next question. Now you carefully look and tell me. Tp to the power 1 minus gamma upon gamma. This can only be done, let me tell you, these types of questions hardly take a second to be solved. But what do you need to do is to have it here. And how will you get it here? By practicing and by memorizing it also. You need to remember the formulae ultimately. For your examinations, you have to have everything ready-made for your examination in order to solve. Next question is, what is the amount of work done in an adiabatic irreversible free expansion of an ideal gas? Zero, because free expansion sunte hi sabka 0 0 starts blinking. All right, next. All right, this question. There is something now, look onto the board now. Please concentrate on the board. Here, what we basically have, I want all of you all to concentrate on the board. What we have is an important relationship, which is Kirchhoff's relationship. Kirchhoff basically made use of this Cp is equal to, what is Cp equal to? dH by dt. So here in this case, using that, he arrived at a relationship which talks about, see, we know that Cp is equal to, or you can say delta H is equal to Cp delta T. ये वाला relationship तो सबको पता है, ठीक है? Using this relationship, Kirchhoff arrived at a relationship कि अगर मुझे change in heat capacities find out करना है, अभी change in यही है ना, सिर्फ only I have change in enthalpy which is equal to change in enthalpy for a particular substance. Meaning पता होना चाहिए हर expression का, learn करना तो easy है. Change in enthalpy for a particular substance is equal to heat capacity of that substance into the temperature change which is involved in the heat formation. So here in this case, अगर मेरे को delta of Cp find out करना है at two temperatures, मान लो there are two temperatures, then in that case the expression goes as delta H at temperature T2, ठीक है, minus delta H at temperature T1. ये जो delta H है, that is nothing but our enthalpy. I have put some slides for it also. This is what you know as enthalpy, and what is your delta H? You know it is the final state minus the initial state. Generally मेरी final state क्या होती है in a chemical reaction? अगर ये दोनों मेरे reactants हैं and I get C plus D as the products, then what is the final state? It is the total heat of formation of the products. Final क्या है? ये final है, ये initial है, बीच की तो मैं बात ही नहीं कर रही हूँ. So then in that case my delta H can also be written as H of the products, क्योंकि final state is H of the products minus H of the reactants. और heat of formation अभी जिसकी हम बात करें, generally enthalpy of any substance is the heat of formation which involves the formation of 1 mole of a substance. ये भी I'll elaborate more on it. सिर्फ इतना समझ लो कि enthalpy change होता क्या है, ये state function होता है. तो फाइनल स्टेट माइनस इनिशियल स्टेट. अगर मैं एक केमिकल रिएक्शन की बात कर रही हूँ तो इट विल बी प्रोडक्ट्स माइनस रिएक्टेंट्स, हीट इन्वॉल्व फॉर द प्रोडक्ट्स माइनस हीट इन्वॉल्व फॉर द रिएक्टेंट्स. ये चीज अगर क्लियर है तो इतना समझ लो कि यही वाला जो हीट चेंज है एक टेम्परेचर पे माइनस हीट चेंज एट सम अदर टेम्परेचर, क्योंकि डिपेंडिंग इट इज अ टेम्परेचर डिपेंडेंट क्वांटिटी ऑफ कोर्स, अपॉन T2 minus T1 will be my delta Cp. Okay, this is my Kirchhoff's relationship. Kirchhoff's relationship is nothing but it states, it gives you that delta Cp is equal to heat change at one temperature minus heat change at another temperature upon the change in temperature. That will be my delta Cp. अब अगर मुझे delta Cp किसी reaction का निकालना है तो अब मेरा delta Cp is also a state function, so it will be Cp of say the products minus Cp of the reactants. Okay, it will be Cp of the products minus Cp of the reactants. अब इस चीज में एक चीज याद रखनी है कि अगर मेरी कोई भी रिएक्शन है, ठीक है, और Cp मुझे दे रखा है, अब मेरे को प्रोडक्ट का Cp गिवन होना चाहिए. मान लो Cp ऑफ प्रोडक्ट C इज गिवन टू मी, तो इसको मैं 2 से मल्टीप्लाई करूंगी क्योंकि मुझे 1 मोल का दे रखा है, तो मैं उसको 2 से मल्टीप्लाई करूंगी टू गेट इट फॉर द प्रोडक्ट्स फाइनली, क्योंकि टोटल प्रोडक्ट्स कितने हैं 2 मोल्स. सो व्हाटएवर वैल्यू ऑफ Cp इज गिवन फॉर माय दिस वन प्रोडक्ट दैट हैज टू बी मल्टीप्लाइड विद 2. ठीक है, अब अगर मुझे माइनस Cp ऑफ रिएक्टेंट, Cp ऑफ रिएक्टेंट्स निकालना है तो Cp of reactant would be Cp of A plus half of Cp of B, क्योंकि Cp of B means 1 मोल का दे रखा है, पर रिएक्शन में मेरा कितना इन्वॉल्व है, हाफ. ये चीज समझ में आई? इस तरीके से I will find out my delta Cp, and so is the case with delta H also. delta H भी हम इसी तरीके से निकालते हैं. अगर हमें 1-1 मोल का दे रखा है तो हम रिएक्शन में देखते हैं कि कितने मोल्स हैं, and then we multiply it accordingly. Got the point? So now we can try and solve this question, but before that just look carefully and memorize your Kirchhoff's relationship. सबको पता है that what is your delta H, that is equal to Cp delta T. लेकिन अगर मुझे delta Cp निकालना है तो what will that be? Delta H at one temperature minus delta H at another temperature upon change in temperature. So those two temperatures only. Alright, delta H at T2 minus delta H at T1 upon T2 minus T1 will give me delta Cp. Now this numerical that you have on board is related to your Kirchhoff's equation only. Come back to the board. Now here what we have is, check the question. The question now gives you, it states, calculate the heat of formation of HCl at 348 Kelvin from the following data. Half H2 plus half Cl2 is giving you HCl. Put your pens to paper quickly and start solving. देखते ही थोड़ी रह जाओगे. The mean heat capacities are given. सबसे पहले क्या निकालोगे? हमें क्या निकालना है? Heat of formation निकालना है. Heat of formation at one particular temperature. That means I have to find out the heat of formation at 348 Kelvin. और मुझे क्या given है? मुझे given है heat formation at 298 Kelvin is given to me. Upon उसी temperature change का difference minus 298 should be equal to my delta Cp, right? So here carefully look at it. Now your delta Cp can be calculated from the data which is given. Remember in equation also all of them are in gases, half H2 gas plus half Cl2 gas plus HCl gas. So delta Cp can be calculated for 1 mole easily. How will that be? Delta Cp will be your 28.49 minus, what will be Cp of reactants? Half of 28.53 plus half of 32.26. Calculate karo jaldi se. The more you practice, the more you will be comfortable with practicing of these type of calculations. So your delta Cp is equal to Cp of the products minus Cp of reactants. So that will be equal to, I am just writing the formula involved. That will be Cp of HCl minus half of Cp of H2 plus half of Cp of Cl2. So calculate your Cp from here and then just put the values. So your Cp is coming out to be equal to 1.91 joules per Kelvin per mole. So delta Cp आ गया आपके पास, that is equal to 1.91 joules per Kelvin per mole. Now delta H आपको already given है, that is minus 92,300 joules. So this is minus 92,300. Then you can easily calculate delta H 348. अब तो कुछ बचा ही नहीं. That is equal to minus 92 will become, here you will have minus 92300 plus 1.91 into 348 minus 298. Simple calculations, calculate and give the answer finally. Answer is B, because it will be 923 something something 395 something. So you will have in joules, the answer will be minus 92,395, which can be easily put in kilojoules is this. So now one of the look back onto the board now. Now the Kirchhoff's relationship is clear to everyone with this numerical. Just remember that this expression needs to be remembered. Delta Cp हमें निकालने के लिए क्या करना है? डेल्टा H of T2 minus delta H of T1 upon T2 minus T1. और ये आप ऐसे भी remember कर सकते हो because you know delta H is nothing but equal to Cp delta T. ये तो याद है ही है वैसे ही, right? एक और फॉर्मूला इससे रिलेटेड हमने याद करा है हीट कैपेसिटी से, that is delta U is equal to Cv delta T. So ऐसा ही किरचॉफ का एक और रिलेशनशिप लिख सकते हो in terms of delta Cv. Write it down yourself. Let me check your intelligence. Write down another expression of Kirchhoff's relationship which has been given by Kirchhoff, but you will deduce on your own from the previous expression. Write down the expression for delta Cv. Use your intelligence in a similar fashion, just write it down. अभी तक लिख लिया होगा इसलिए I'm writing it down. Delta Cv is equal to delta U at T2 minus delta U at T1 upon T2 minus T1. So this is another Kirchhoff's relationship that can be important to you from numericals point of view. Okay? Simple. और इसको याद रखना भी कोई मुश्किल बात नहीं है because as such you have to remember the formula for delta U and delta H, which is Cv delta T and Cp delta T respectively. Clear? Next question. It's a very easy one. We've already discussed it before. Human body is an example of open system. So clearly A is the correct answer. Then we move on to now a new branch of chemistry, which is thermochemistry. All right. Now here what you need to remember primarily is that when we talk about any kind of energy changes, it is called chemical energetics. Energy changes होते हैं during any chemical process. Any kind, the study of any kind of energy changes during a chemical reaction, that is known as chemical energetics, or chemical energetics can be equated to your chemical thermodynamics also. But the specific branch that deals with the heat exchanges during a chemical process is your thermochemistry. It basically deals with your heat exchanges or the heat changes for a particular process, chemical process, right? So here, the very first thing that we can do is a standard state. Now, अभी तक आप STP कर रहे थे तो उसमें टेम्परेचर हमेशा 273 केल्विन लेते हो, लेकिन द स्टैंडर्ड स्टेट ऑफ अ सब्सटेंस, इसीलिए बोल रही हूँ so that you don't get confused. The standard state of the substance is that state which is at 1 atmospheric pressure and 298, that is the room temperature, 298.15 Kelvin. Room temperature is generally your 25 degrees Celsius. Normally the room temperature is maintained to be 25 degrees Celsius. So when we talk about a standard state of a substance, that is nothing but at 1 bar atmosphere, 1 atmospheric pressure and 298.15 Kelvin. This, you will remember this. And remember that the standard state of every element is 0. Standard state of every element in the most stable form is 0. Please remember this. If you want to write it down, write it down. The standard state of every substance in the most stable form is equal to 0. The standard enthalpy state or standard enthalpy of every substance. जैसे अगर मैं कह रही हूँ, you have to find out say the enthalpy of O2 at most stable state, in the most stable form, that is O2 only, at room temperature 1 bar atmosphere, which is generally the condition that is there around you. So that will be equal to 0. If you talk about the standard enthalpy change for say H2 at in the most stable form, at the same, I mean, if I'm saying the standard enthalpy change, then that means I'm talking about the room temperature conditions only. So that again will be equal to 0 only. So that is why if I take up an example, इस चीज का ना सिर्फ meaning clear कर लो, otherwise you hardly have anything to do in thermochemistry as far as the numericals are concerned. If I take up a reaction of half H2 plus half I2 giving say HI, right? So I'm saying that these two are these are the elemental forms and the most stable form in which your element H and element I can exist. So if I talk of standard conditions, I mean standard state of these substances to be there, and I have to calculate the enthalpy of formation of iodine. Oh sorry, enthalpy of formation of HI. तो एंथैल्पी ऑफ फॉर्मेशन का रिएक्शन तो यही है, फॉर्मेशन मतलब जिसमें मेरा एक मोल बन रहा है, ठीक है. तो एंथैल्पी ऑफ फॉर्मेशन विल बी माय डेल्टा H ऑफ HI. This is the standard state for HI. This is not the element but it's a compound. बात समझ में आ रही है? This is enthalpy का मतलब सबको पता है, it's the heat exchange. Heat of formation क्या होती है? It is the heat exchange for this reaction. HI, if I am talking about, it is the heat exchange for the formation of HI here. Now, if I am talking about the formation of HI, and H is a state function, so it will be enthalpy of the products minus enthalpy of the reactants. Enthalpy of product क्या है मेरा? HI minus enthalpy of products क्या है? Half of enthalpy of H2, standard enthalpy of H2 plus half of standard enthalpy of I2. What will be standard enthalpy change for H2? In the most stable state it is, and it is the standard enthalpy change that we are talking about. This will be 0. This will be also equal to 0. So from here, we can also deduce that the heat of formation of any compound is equal to the standard enthalpy change of that compound. बात समझ में आई? क्योंकि स्टैंडर्ड एंथैल्पी चेंज तो अपने एक एक एलिमेंट से बना होगा, और स्टैंडर्ड एंथैल्पी चेंज वुड बी दिस which has been formed from its most stable elements in the most stable form. I mean in the standard state, this is 0, this is 0. तो जो भी मेरा कंपाउंड का स्टैंडर्ड एंथैल्पी है, that is nothing but the heat of formation only. ये समझ में आया तो ठीक है, नहीं आया तो भी ठीक है, ठीक है. I will just consider that I spent 2 minutes on it to make you understand. पर अगर नहीं भी आया तो इतना याद रखना that delta HF is nothing but HP minus HR. This is the basis of thermochemistry. Enthalpy change किसी भी reaction का निकालना है, it is a state function, so it will be always HP minus HR. But right here, right now, I'll tell you a topic which I think I will be able to cover up tomorrow only. That is, हमेशा delta H हमेशा क्या होगा? HP minus HR. लेकिन अगर bond energy is given है, तो it will be reactant minus product. ये याद रख लोगे. From examination point of view, कभी भी enthalpy का data given है तो हमेशा product minus reactant ही करना है. पर अगर bond energy data given है तो it will be reactant minus product. This is not chemistry. This is only a technique for mugging up. I'm sorry. Right? So if it is a bond energy data given, so it will be, तब मेरा enthalpy change पता है क्या होगा? तब होगा bond energy of the reactants minus bond energy of the products. Q, that I will talk about once I talk about the entire thermochemistry till that point. सिर्फ अभी के लिए इतना तो याद रख सकते हो. और जो मैं इससे पहले I was talking in Greek और Latin, जो कई बच्चों को समझ में अगर नहीं आई तो एक बार last attempt for me. Heat of formation क्या होता है? Heat of formation is of a compound is nothing but the standard enthalpy change of that compound. ठीक है? और the standard state or the standard enthalpy change for any pure substance in its most stable form at room temperature is equal to 0. Okay. Now, next is standard molar enthalpy of a system. This we've already talked about. Standard enthalpy of formation. Enthalpy of formation means जितना energy is involved. जब भी energy involved बोलोगे, it can either be evolved or it can be absorbed. So involved बोल रही हूँ मैं generally. In all the books you will find that the definition for standard molar enthalpy of a system would be, standard enthalpy of formation would be the amount of heat released or absorbed in the formation of 1 mole of a substance. याद रखना, heat of formation अगर बात हो रही है तो it will be only for 1 mole of a substance. So if you are given say a reaction like H2 plus Cl2 giving 2HCl और इसका आपने delta H अगर निकाल भी लिया तो that would not be the heat of formation of HCl, क्योंकि इसका delta HF अगर आपने निकाला इसमें तो if you go by HP minus HR in this case, so that will be only the heat of formation of 2HCl. So it has to be divided by half. Multiplied by half or divided by 2. All right, next. So enthalpy of formation of a substance, याद रखना, it necessarily talks about the formation of 1 mole of a substance. Enthalpy of combustion. Enthalpy of combustion means when 1 mole of a substance is completely burnt. Combustion का मतलब जलाना, कुछ भी अगर जला रहे हो, if you talk about the enthalpy of combustion of methane, so then now look onto the board. For the enthalpy of combustion of methane, you have CH4 giving CH4 plus O2. फिर आपको ये ध्यान में नहीं रखना कि आपका कितने प्रोडक्ट्स, कितने मोल्स ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स एंड कितने मोल्स ऑफ रिएक्ट सॉरी whatever products you have are getting formed. So in this case it will be CO2 plus H2O. You still need to balance it, right? चलेगा, पर 1 mole of methane should only be burnt. That is what is to be kept in mind, right? Enthalpy of combustion is the energy, is the heat change involved or heat absorbed or evolved when 1 mole of a substance is completely burnt to give its products. 1 मोल जलना चाहिए, उसकी बैलेंस्ड इक्वेशन होनी चाहिए. मान लो ये 2CH4 बाय चांस होता तो then it would have to be again halved. Next we talk about the standard enthalpy of neutralization. Combustion formation में या क्या याद रखोगे, that 1 mole of a product is getting formed. जब heat of formation, जब combustion बोलोगे तो 1 mole of that substance, when whatever energy change, heat enthalpy is or heat or enthalpy is involved in the burning of 1 mole of a substance. When I talk about the enthalpy of neutralization, then that means that is the amount of heat evolved or absorbed when 1 mole of an acid is neutralized by base. Okay, so when I talk about, let me just take the most simplest example for the enthalpy of neutralization. Strong acid plus strong base. ये by chance दोनों are like, this is a monobasic acid, this is a monoacidic base. You know what is acidity and basicity? What is basicity? The number of H plus ions furnished in a reaction. क्योंकि basicity सुनते ही बच्चे OH minus बोलना शुरू कर देते हैं. Basicity is the tendency of an acid to furnish H plus. So the number of H plus furnished by an acid is known as the basicity of the acid, and the number of OH minus furnished by a base, that is known as the acidity of the base. तो इसका concept थोड़ा सा different होता है. Bases are those which have OH minus, acids are those which have H plus. लेकिन what is the acidity? Acidity can be explained for a acidity can be explained for a base, the number of H plus furnished by, I mean you can just relate it according to that. मैं खुद ही confuse हो गई बोलते बोलते. So what you have is, here you have an acid and this is what you have as a base. So here when 1 mole of an acid interacts with 1 mole of a base, it gets neutralized completely to give you NaCl plus. So basically here, please look up onto the board. सबको पता है neutralization क्या होता है. Acid base का reaction is neutralization. But when 1 mole of an acid is neutralized by base, जैसे हम combustion में कह रहे थे, when 1 mole of a substance is burnt, फिर चाहे 2O2 लगे, चाहे 3O2 लगे, चाहे 4O2, that we are not concerned with. But we say that when 1 mole of an acid is neutralized by base, we call it the enthalpy of neutralization of the acid, right? And what is the basicity of the acid? The number of H plus ions furnished by the acid. ये क्या है? This is a monobasic acid. क्यों? क्योंकि एक H plus दे सकता है. Clear? Now here, essentially, ये strong acid है, ये strong base है, ठीक है? Strong का मतलब कि ये अपने, जैसे ही हम इसको aqueous media में डालते हैं, ये अपने अपने ions में dissociate हो जाता है. तो what we have is H plus plus Cl minus. इसका मतलब जैसे ही मैंने इसको aqueous media में डाला, so then in that case it becomes H plus and this becomes Cl minus, and Na will be Na plus and OH minus. याद रखना, strong acids, strong bases वो होते हैं which completely dissociate in aqueous media. पानी में जाते ही they completely dissociate into their respective ions. फिर उनका कोई अपना, एंड इस यहीं पे याद रखना दैट ऑल सॉल्ट्स आर स्ट्रॉन्ग इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स. कोई भी सॉल्ट ले लो, सॉल्ट क्या होते हैं? एसिड और बेसिस क्या बनाते हैं? सॉल्ट. ये 10th स्टैंडर्ड में पढ़ा आपने. एसिड और बेस हमेशा क्या बनाते हैं? सॉल्ट. और चाहे एसिड वीक हो, बेस वीक हो, एसिड वीक हो, कुछ भी हो, इस तरफ नहीं देखते हुए इधर देखो, ये जो सॉल्ट बन रही है दैट विल ऑलवेज बी स्ट्रॉन्ग इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स. और स्ट्रॉन्ग का क्या मतलब है कि पानी में जाते ही वो कंप्लीटली डिसोसिएट हो जाते हैं. तो इसीलिए NaCl वैसे नमक को अगर टच करते हो कोई करंट लगता है? नहीं लगता ना. बट अगर नमक को पानी में डालोगे और फिर करंट पास करोगे तो देयर विल बी अ ब्लास्ट. ऑलराइट, डोंट इवन ट्राई इट आउट. NaCl as such is not conducting, but the moment you pour it in water, it dissociates to become Na plus and Cl minus. अब जरा सा भी इलेक्ट्रिक चार्ज उसमें दोगे तो it will immediately become conducting and give a splash, I mean a spark. Okay, so that is what I am trying to say कि जो भी salt, कोई भी salt ले लो, not necessarily NaCl, what you have is it will be Na plus. See, it will completely dissociate to give you this, and this is feebly ionized. Water is always feebly ionized, मतलब totally नहीं अपना dissociate हुआ होता. It is nothing but H plus and OH minus, so it is like feebly ionized, not that strong electrolyte. So here in this case primarily जो हमारा reaction है, देखो Na plus Cl minus पहले भी था और Na plus Cl minus बाद में भी है. So the neutralization reaction is essentially your, like the diagram, H plus plus OH minus giving water. जो H plus मेरा एसिड से निकल के आ रहा है, जो OH minus बेस से निकल के आ रहा है, वो जब कंबाइन करके वाटर देगा, that is basically the essence of your neutralization reaction. समझ में आया? I can talk about any other reaction for that matter. Say H2SO4, इसको अगर मैं न्यूट्रलाइज करती हूँ तो what will be the reaction for this? For this particular case, I will have Na2SO4, all right, plus H2O. Balance कर लो भाई. Right? So again here in this case, the main reaction is nothing but you have 2H plus coming from H2SO4 plus 2OH minus giving 2H2O. Balance it as it comes. You know how to balance. So what you have to remember here is that 2H plus plus 2OH minus is giving you 2H2O. So basically the reaction of H plus and OH minus is nothing but your neutralization reaction. Okay, and what is this Na2SO4? Strong electrolyte or weak electrolyte? Strong electrolyte. It's a salt और पानी में जाते ही क्या बना देगा? 2Na plus plus SO4 2 minus. ये चीजें अभी से ही क्लियर होनी चाहिए. अच्छा, for a strong acid and strong base, if you can just jot it down somewhere, याद रखने के लिए I can just tell you that the value for say a strong acid and strong base, ये तो ideal case है ना जिसमें एक H plus, एक mole of H plus only is getting totally neutralized by your 1 mole of H plus is getting completely neutralized by the base to form your feebly ionized water. So this is an ideal case. और इसका enthalpy of neutralization is minus 13.7 kilocalories per mole. And 1 calorie is equal to 4.184 joules. तो इसको joules में भी convert करके just remember that value. Calculate this value in joules. 1 calorie is equal to 4.184 joules. Calculate it in joules also. It will be somewhere around 54 point something. Just check it out and remember this value. Because this is for the strong case. And remember that अगर यही मेरा weak acid है, सबको पता है कौन सा acid है? Acetic acid. Acetic acid is a weak acid. और weak का मतलब क्या है कि ये पानी में जाकर totally dissociate नहीं होता. It only dissociates partially. Partially का मतलब थोड़ा ऐसे का ऐसे ही रहता है, CH3COOH, थोड़ा बहुत acetate ions बना देगा, थोड़ा बहुत H+. ये वाले जो H+ न्यूट्रलाइज होंगे विद NaOH, that will give the reaction to be CH3 COO Na plus water. So again, H plus OH minus is giving you water is the basic reaction for neutralization. क्योंकि CH3 CO minus already जो dissociated form है उतना ही H plus use हो रहा है. NaOH is a strong base, so Na plus OH minus already totally dissociated. ये क्या है? Salt. It will be completely dissociated क्योंकि salt है. तो CH3CO minus in Na plus पहले भी था, बाद में भी है. What you basically have is whatever H plus has been dissociated, that will react with OH minus to give you H2, and some of it remains in the undissociated form. तो अभी in chemical equilibrium also you will do कि जब ये कम होता जाएगा H plus, तो रिएक्शन फिर इधर और आ जाएगा, क्योंकि जब ये कम होगा तो फिर रिएक्शन इस तरफ ज्यादा आएगा. Yes or no? So now if H plus is getting so depleted, this I think will become even more clear when you do chemical equilibrium. That is all I had to talk about for the neutralization reaction. अगर इसका neutralization 13.7 है, तो इसका इससे ज्यादा होगा या कम होगा weak acid का? इधर H plus और OH minus को न्यूट्रलाइज करने में जो OH माइनस लगा उसने एनर्जी कितनी दी? -13.7 किलो कैलोरीज. इस केस में H प्लस क्या है? ज्यादा है या कम है? वीक है ये, वीक. सो वीक विल गिव यू लेस H प्लस आयंस. सो इन दैट केस अगर लेस H प्लस आयन है तो OH माइनस वुड आल्सो बी यूटिलाइज्ड लेस, एंड इन दैट केस द वैल्यू विल बी लेसर देन द केस ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग एसिड स्ट्रॉन्ग बेस. Remember that the value of neutralization for the weak acid strong base will always be less than that of strong acid strong base. ये चीज याद रखना. वीक के केसेस में ऑटोमेटिकली कम हो जाएगी क्योंकि वो टोटली H प्लस और OH माइनस देंगे ही नहीं. Got the point? Please make it clear to yourself. ये सिर्फ समझाने के लिए था इसमें. You will get questions directly. For this, just remember the value. I mean, just take a note of the value. No need to mug it up. So that is -13.7 kilocalories, and for the weak acid strong base case, the values would generally be lower than this. Why? It is generally around 12.42 or something, 13.42 kilocalories per mole. But then it's lower. Why? Because now this is a weak acid, it doesn't get completely dissociated. अभी के लिए इतना समझ लो कि जितने थोड़े बहुत H प्लस होते हैं वही न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे NaOH के साथ, और उतना ही यूज करेंगे जितने की जरूरत है. So then in that case heat evolved also would be lesser. Next we have heat of solution. Heat of solution means the amount of heat released generally, heat released or absorbed when 1 mole of a solute is completely dissolved in a solution. Then we have, see, these are some kinds of energies that you've already discussed. The combination of all these energies is your internal energy. Very good. Next slide. What we have here is, you know now, this is the basic of your thermochemistry. I've picked this slide up from internet only, from McGraw. I'll just tell you that this is enthalpy. It is used to quantify the heat flow into or out of the system of a process that occurs at constant pressure, because your delta H is Cp delta T, right? So delta H is equal to Hp minus H of the reactants, and when heat is given out to the surroundings, it is an exothermic reaction. When heat is absorbed from the surrounding, it is an endothermic reaction. Delta H negative matlab exothermic, delta H positive matlab endothermic, right? These are, I mean, you can actually tell whether this reaction, now look at this reaction. H2O is from solid to liquid. Ice melt हो रही है, ठीक है? तो इस केस में डेल्टा H is plus 6.01 kilojoule. So what is it? Endothermic or exothermic? Endothermic, right? In the next reaction, just look. यहाँ पे methane is getting burnt. All right. So CH4 plus 2O2, it's giving you CO2 plus 2H2O. The delta H is, I'm sorry, it's not clear. Minus 890.4. So minus देखते ही it is exothermic reaction. So you can get questions based on it. Now look at the next. You have to remember that the stoichiometric coefficients are really important. Stoichiometric coefficient means that you have to take care of what are the coefficients involved. ये H2O solid to liquid तो हमने देख लिया. Solid to liquid अगर मेरा है, that is हमने देखा it's an endothermic reaction. But अगर मैं liquid to solid की बात करूंगी, then the sign changes. Okay, so if solid to liquid is endothermic, liquid to solid would be exothermic. Clear? अगर मैं solid to liquid कह रही हूँ मेरा value is 6.01, to liquid to solid, sorry for this wrong circle, liquid to solid it becomes minus 6.01. सिर्फ माइनस का साइन लगाना और कुछ नहीं करना, क्योंकि इस रिएक्शन में और इस रिएक्शन में सिर्फ एक माइनस का डिफरेंस है. All right, and what you have to basically remember is that your delta H from endo becomes exo and exo becomes endo. Now, if I multiply this reaction with 2, then in that case, my delta H value also needs to be doubled. अगर H2O liquid is giving me H2O solid, इस case में मेरा delta H is minus 6.01, solid to liquid is plus 6.01. उसको मैं अगर double करूंगी इस reaction को, it will be 2H2O. Solid giving me 2H2O liquid, so it will be twice of 6.01. So it will be double. Then I mean that is the case here. And what next you have is that the physical states of all reactants and products must be specified. मैंने कुछ questions में because of typing laziness, I have not written the states, but let me tell you, the questions, all of you, all that you get in your examinations will have the physical state mentioned. Solid to liquid, liquid to gas. Got it? If solid to liquid is found to be endothermic, liquid to gas is again your endothermic for water. Here it is 44.0 kilojoules. So this state is very important. यहाँ पे भी देखो पानी का conversion from one state to another, but the energy difference is so much. तो इसीलिए state is very important. Next, I mean, you can solve this question: how much heat is evolved when 266 grams of white phosphorus is burnt in air? White phosphorus मतलब P4, phosphorus exists in P4 state. सबसे पहले उसका रिएक्शन, बर्निंग में तो सिर्फ एक मोल बनाओ और उसको ऑक्सीजन के साथ रिएक्ट करा दो. It is getting burnt. Whatever products you get, you don't have to worry about that. Finally, the reaction, whatever delta H is given to you. This reaction is given in the question. So if this is for, say, how much heat is involved in 266 grams of white phosphorus, so you can easily find out for 1 mole for that many grams, and then easily for 266 grams. This is simple unitary method, the very simple questions that we have. Then we have, see, now we have discussed the heat of neutralization. In heat of neutralization, when 1 mole of an acid is getting neutralized by base, it is your heat of neutralization. It's given as minus 56.2 kilojoules per mole. Heat of ionization. Ionization का मतलब है कि एक कंपाउंड को आप आयोनाइज कर रहे हो, उसके आयंस बना रहे हो इन जनरली एक्वस मीडिया, क्योंकि नॉर्मली आप सॉल्ट को पानी में डिसॉल्व करते हो, फिर उसके जो आयंस बन रहे हैं, दैट इज द डिग्री ऑफ आयनाइजेशन, कि कितने आयंस बन गए. जिसके कम आयंस बन रहे हैं, दैट इज अ वीक इलेक्ट्रोलाइट. जिसका पूरा डिसोसिएट हो रहा है, दैट इज अ strong electrolyte. So heat of ionization is nothing but this, like it is H2O giving H plus and OH minus. One example. Then heat of fusion means when you are talking about the melting process. So any solid getting converted, 1 mole of a solid getting converted to 1 mole of a liquid, that is heat of fusion. What is heat of vaporization? 1 mole of a liquid getting converted to 1 mole of a gaseous. One substance in the liquid state getting converted to the same substance in the gaseous state, that will give you the heat of vaporization. And what is the heat of reaction now? अभी तक हम formation की बात कर रहे थे. Reaction में what will we basically have? Two substances reacting to form products. So what will be your delta H? HP minus HR. और HP क्या होगा इसके अंदर? NaCl वाला multiplied by 2 plus delta H of Mg, whatever it is given, even if it is 0, आप 0 लिखोगे, ठीक है, minus delta H of the reactants, that will be H of MgCl2 minus twice of delta H of Na, whatever it is given. Generally for the elements in the pure state it is 0, you know that. So we know now the enthalpy of formation. Standard enthalpy is nothing but when 1 mole of a compound is formed at 1 atmosphere. All right, then we have talked about the standard enthalpy also. Now here we'll practice questions based on it. See, there are many things. A process may be involved with sublimation, vaporization, and sublimation, vaporization, fusion. So you have a cycle which is running. Based on it, we have a law which is known as the Hess's law of constant heat summation. Please look here onto the board. Hess's law of constant heat summation is Hess's law of constant heat summation. This is a very important law that we can cover up and then start discussing questions based on what we have just put on here. Hess's law of constant heat summation means that whether my reaction takes place in a single step or in several steps, the final enthalpy change remains the same. Got it? Like for example, if I have A plus B giving C, ठीक है, इसका अगर कोई एक डेल्टा H रिएक्शन है, तो अगर ये रिएक्शन इज अकरिंग इन दिस फॉर्म दैट आई हैव A plus C1 giving me C2 and then I have B plus C2 giving me, सिर्फ देखो आई एम जस्ट पुटिंग इट, अभी मैंने कोई इसमें केमिकल कंपाउंड्स नहीं डाले, तो जस्ट लुक एट इट जस्ट एज अ गेम. यू हैव अ रिएक्शन जिसका डेल्टा H एक गिवन है, दिस इज द डेल्टा H फॉर अ रिएक्शन. तो इसमें तो ये एक स्टेप रिएक्शन लग रही है ना, इट लुक्स लाइक अ वन स्टेप रिएक्शन, लेकिन एक्चुअल में हो सकता है ये कई स्टेप्स में करके मैंने पहले A और C1 मिलाया, C2 बना, फिर मैंने B के साथ C2 मिलाया और फिर मेरे पास बना C1 प्लस C. ऑलराइट, तो अब इस केस में अगर ये मेरा फर्स्ट रिएक्शन हो गया और ये मेरा सेकंड रिएक्शन हो गया, अगर मैं फर्स्ट रिएक्शन और सेकंड रिएक्शन को ऐड कर दूं, सो व्हाट विल आई गेट? सिंपल, जैसे नॉर्मल मैथ्स में एडिशन करते हैं, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड को लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में रखो, A प्लस C1 प्लस B प्लस C2 is giving me what? It is giving me C1 C2 प्लस C1 प्लस C. ठीक है, C2 मेरा लेफ्ट में भी है, C2 मेरा राइट में भी है, कैंसिल. ठीक है, C1 मेरा लेफ्ट में भी है, C1 मेरा राइट में भी है, तो कैंसिल. तो मेरा अल्टीमेटली क्या बचा? A प्लस बी गिविंग C. तो यही रिएक्शन एक स्टेप में इधर हो रहा है और यहाँ पे ये दो स्टेप्स में हो रहा है. सो दैट मीन्स ये जो मेरा डेल्टा H रिएक्शन है, दिस कैन बी रिटन एज, ये डेल्टा H1 मान लो इस रिएक्शन का डेल्टा H2 मान लो. So this delta H reaction will be nothing but equal to delta H of 1 plus delta H of 2. So what I mean to say from here is that whether my reaction takes place in one step or in several steps, the net heat change remains the same. This is my Hess's law of constant heat summation. You can look for a better definition from bookish language. पर इतना याद रखना, एक स्टेप में या सेवरल स्टेप में जो भी मेरा हीट चेंज है फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर रिएक्शन, it will remain the same only. Now let us do some questions quickly. We have very many questions to practice. Look at the first question. This is an easy one. Which of the following statements is contrary to the first law of thermodynamics? Just check it. So what we have from here is, the very first one is that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Then you have one form of energy can be transferred into another form. Then what you have, yes, the first one is first law. The second one is one form of energy can be transferred into an equivalent amount of other kinds of energy. This is also correct. In an adiabatic process, the work done is independent of its path. This is also right, because work done, I mean in an adiabatic process, Q is equal to 0. तो उस केस में W becomes delta U. U क्या है मेरा? स्टेट फंक्शन. W भी क्या हो गया? U पे डिपेंडेंट हो गया, तो वो भी independent. Very good statement, the third one. Fourth one is not in, I mean, so that is contrary. So the answer is D. Answer here in this case is D. Next question. The change in heat of a chemical reaction is constant temperature and pressure is called, what is it? Change in heat energy. बॉन्ड एनर्जी का मतलब हीट नहीं होता, हीट ऑफ सब्लिमेशन का एनर्जी हीट नहीं होता, इंटरनल एनर्जी हीट नहीं होती, तो क्या होती है? तो जल्दी से बोलो, आंसर इज ए, व्हिच इज एंथैल्पी चेंज. नेक्स्ट, फॉर द रिएक्शन NaOH plus HCl giving NaCl plus water, the enthalpy change is called heat of neutralization. Calorie is equivalent to C. ये आता होगा तो ये सेकंड के क्वेश्चंस हैं. फॉर अ गिवन प्रोसेस द हीट चेंज एट प्रेशर, कांस्टेंट प्रेशर एंड कांस्टेंट वॉल्यूम, कांस्टेंट प्रेशर वाले को QP बोला है, कांस्टेंट वॉल्यूम वाले को QV बोला है, आर रिलेटेड टू ईच अदर एज, दिस इज QP will always be greater than QV. For a given process, the heat change at constant pressure is given. The heat change at constant volume. Why? QP क्या होता है? H. QV क्या होता है? U. H is always U plus PV. तो क्या बड़ा होता है? H. तो क्या बड़ा होगा? QP. So answer is C, which is QP is greater than QV. Next. The net heat change in a chemical process is same whether it is brought about, sorry for the, so this is Hess's law. Net heat will remain change एक step में, 100 step में, 10 step में, 2 step में, same Hess's law. Next, enthalpy of neutralization of strong acids and strong bases has the same value. Why? सारे strong acids और सारे strong bases की enthalpy of neutralization same होती है. क्यों? क्योंकि एंथैल्पी ऑफ न्यूट्रलाइजेशन क्या एसिड और बेस की प्रॉपर्टी, इट इज H प्लस प्लस OH माइनस. देखो कौन से में से मीनिंग निकल के आ रहा है. 17 सारी स्टेटमेंट्स पढ़ ली. यू हैव टू मेक योर रीडिंग आल्सो क्विक. D, the net chemical change involved in combination of H plus and OH minus to form water. क्योंकि बेसिकली न्यूट्रलाइजेशन होता क्या है? H plus और OH minus giving water. फिर चाहे वो कोई भी स्ट्रॉन्ग एसिड हो, कोई भी स्ट्रॉन्ग बेस हो, अगर स्ट्रॉन्ग एसिड स्ट्रॉन्ग बेस के साथ रिएक्ट कर रहा है तो 1 मोल ऑफ H प्लस को 1 मोल ऑफ OH माइनस ही चाहिए, जिसकी वैल्यू आई टोल्ड यू रिमेन्स -13.7 और -56 किलो जूल्स. So just have a rough idea about the value. If an endothermic reaction is allowed to take place very rapidly, then the temperature of the reaction would, of the surrounding air, would decrease. क्योंकि endothermic means energy is, heat is being absorbed. तो वो उसको क्या करेगा? ठंडा. So the temperature is will decrease. In endothermic reactions, the heat content of the products is more than that heat content. ठीक है? Of the products is more than that of the reactants. Reactants is more than that of the products. कुछ गड़बड़ लिखा हुआ है. In endothermic reactions, the heat content of products is, what is endothermic? Delta H should be positive. That means HP minus HR should be positive. That means HP should be greater than HR. So that of products should be more than that of reactants. The answer I have is wrong. So sometimes even your keys are wrong. So Hess's law is also called, it is actually called the second law of thermochemistry, but we did not talk about the first. So question out of course, just leave it. Next question. Pressure volume work is what? It is PDV. Next. Kinetic energy of a molecule is due to rotational, vibrational, all of these. Next. The condition for standard enthalpy change. C. 1 atmosphere and 25 degrees Celsius. Next. The unit of enthalpy change is now calorie, joule, दोनों होती है. SI unit क्या होती है? Joules. So joules. In such questions, if SI is not mentioned, so you should not be marking the answer. Correct? Next question is sum of all kinds of a system in is ions or molecules of a system is sum of all kinds of energies. Sorry, sum of all kinds of energies is nothing but your internal energy. Next question. Now we are on 26th. An endothermic reaction is the one which enthalpy of our products. We've just discussed this question. Bomb calorimeter, ये पता होना चाहिए. Bomb calorimeter is used for measuring the bomb. क्या लग रहा है? Enthalpy of bomb combustion. It is generally used for the enthalpy of combustion. Next, glass calorimeter is generally used for enthalpy of a reaction. Any enthalpy of any reaction. तो ये थोड़ा सा दिमाग में रखना. Bomb calorimeter is used for and I'll give you more notes on it so that you can actually do all these. ये सिर्फ एक बार read करोगे यहाँ पे आ जाएगा. Bomb calorimeter for enthalpy of combustion, glass calorimeter for enthalpy of reaction. Next we talk about Born-Haber cycle. Born-Haber cycle अभी हमने करी नहीं है. Hess's law समझ में आया है? Have you done Born-Haber cycle in any other course? You've done? Wonderful. Born-Haber cycle is nothing but for computing lattice energy. क्यों lattice energy को compute करने के लिए हम Born-Haber cycle लगाते हैं? क्योंकि lattice energy cannot be determined experimentally easily. आराम से एक्सपेरिमेंटली उसको नहीं निकाल सकते. एंड व्हाट इज दिस एन एप्लीकेशन ऑफ? प्लीज लुक ऑन टू द बोर्ड, kindly look on to the board please. Here what we have is अगर हमारे पास कोई भी रिएक्शन है, ठीक है, अगर से इफ आई एम, मेरा लैटिस एनर्जी इज फॉर अ सॉलिड, लैटिस एनर्जी क्या होती है? इट इज द एनर्जी released only, it is energy released when 1 mole of an ion, cation, is combining with 1 mole of an anion from an infinite distance to a point considered, जहां पे वो कंपाउंड बना रहे हैं. मेरा Na+ कहीं पे है इस दुनिया में, Cl- कहीं पे है. I am getting them from infinite distance apart to a particular distance, ताकि वो क्या बना दे? NaCl solid. इसमें जो एनर्जी रिलीज हो रही है उसको मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ? दैट इज लैटिस एनर्जी. तो मेरा Na+ और Cl- जब कंबाइन करेगा तब वो लैटिस एनर्जी है, ना कि ये Na सॉलिड हमारे पास होता है वैसे जनरली. एंड यू हैव Cl, क्या Cl- फॉर्म में थोड़ी होता है, यू हैव Cl2. सो दैट इज Cl2 गैस, क्योंकि Cl2 इज इन द गैस फॉर्म. सो देन व्हाट यू हैव इज योर NaCl solid. This is basically an application of your Hess's law only, क्योंकि इस रिएक्शन को मैं क्या कहूंगी? अब आप पढ़ चुके हो थर्मोकेमिस्ट्री, हीट ऑफ फॉर्मेशन. जब मैं एक मोल ऑफ सब्सटेंस के फॉर्म होने की बात कर रही हूँ फ्रॉम इट्स ओन एलिमेंट्स. अब एलिमेंट्स नेचुरली कैसे एग्जिस्ट करते हैं? Na सॉलिड में और मेरा Cl2 गैस में. तो जब मेरा सॉलिड गैस कंबाइन हो रहा है तब मैं उसे लैटिस एनर्जी थोड़ी बोलूंगी, तब इट इज कॉल्ड दी हीट ऑफ फॉर्मेशन. लैटिस एनर्जी कब बोलूंगी? जब मैं Na+ और Cl- को कंबाइन करवाऊंगी. सो दैट मीन्स जब मेरा, पहले ही लिख लेते हैं, जब मेरा Na+ जनरली किस में होगा फॉर्म में? एक्वस फॉर्म में होगा, ठीक है, क्योंकि आयंस कहाँ बन रहे हैं? ऐसे. एंड यू हैव योर Cl- also in the aqueous form. Then you have this to be, or I mean you ionized form. Ionized form can be in vapor state also. Na+ and Cl- in the vapor state, and this is what is going to give me lattice energy. अगर ये कर चुके हो तो सिर्फ ये क्विक रिवीजन ही है. Na+ प्लस Cl- ये मेरा लैटिस एनर्जी है. अब मेरा ये एक स्टेप में हो रहा है, ये भी एक स्टेप में हो रहा है, बट कोई लिंक नहीं है दोनों के बीच में, क्योंकि हेसेस लॉ में एक लिंक भी तो होना चाहिए कि ये फाइनली यही दे. तो उस केस में मेरा सॉलिड को पहले मैं कन्वर्ट करूंगी इन गैस, ठीक है, क्योंकि मुझे अगर इसको और इसको लिंक करना है तो मुझे इसको ये बनाना है और इसको तो इस केस में सॉलिड गेटिंग कन्वर्टेड टू गैस, व्हाट इज दिस कॉल्ड? सब्लिमेशन एनर्जी. ठीक है, इसके अंदर से मैं एक इलेक्ट्रॉन निकलवा रही हूँ, क्योंकि Na+ कब होगा? जब वो एक इलेक्ट्रॉन दे देगा. तो इट इज द एनर्जी रिक्वायर्ड व्हेन एन इलेक्ट्रॉन इज रिमूव्ड. तो रिमूव करने के लिए मैंने लगाया आयनाइजेशन एनर्जी. मैं सिर्फ आई लिख रही हूँ. फिर उसके बाद अब ये बचा मेरे पास Cl2. Cl2 इज ऑलरेडी इन द गैसियस स्टेट, तो कोई मेरे को सब्लिमेशन वब्लिमेशन नहीं करना. मैं Cl2 को सिंपल Cl बनाती हूँ, राइट? तो इसका मतलब Cl2 मेरा Cl और Cl बॉन्ड से जुड़ा हुआ था ना, मैंने बॉन्ड को तोड़ दिया, तो क्या कहते हैं इसको? डिसोसिएट. सो आई डिसोसिएटेड द बॉन्ड. तो दिस इज डिसोसिएशन एनर्जी. फिर इसके बाद अब मेरे को इसको Cl- बनाना है. Cl को Cl- बनाना है, मतलब एक इलेक्ट्रॉन ऐड करना है. तो एनर्जी रिलीज्ड व्हेन एन इलेक्ट्रॉन इज एडेड, सो दैट इज नोन एज इलेक्ट्रॉन एफिनिटी. अब Na से Na+ बन गया, Cl से Cl2 से Cl- बन गया. इन दोनों के कॉम्बिनेशन से मुझे लैटिस एनर्जी मिल रही है. तो ये सारी साइकिल एक तरफ और मेरा हीट ऑफ फॉर्मेशन एक तरफ. सो व्हाट आई विल गेट इज दैट माय हीट ऑफ फॉर्मेशन इज इक्वल टू, लर्न इट राइट नाउ, SBIEU. बोलो, SBIEU. Say it again. Delta HF. The heat of formation is equal to SBIEU. What is it? Heat of formation according to Born-Haber cycle will always be equal to sublimation energy plus dissociation energy plus ionization energy plus electron gain enthalpy या electron affinity भी बोलते हैं इसको, प्लस लैटिस एनर्जी. इसमें मैंने कहीं माइनस माइनस इसलिए नहीं लगाया क्योंकि न्यूमेरिकल्स में जब वैल्यू गिवन होगी तो वो माइनस प्लस में अपने आप दे रखी होगी. अगर यहाँ में माइनस इसमें से माइनस होंगी कौन सी वैल्यूज? ये एनर्जी रिलीज्ड है और ये भी एनर्जी रिलीज्ड है. सब्लिमेशन में जनरली रिक्वायर्ड होती है Dissociation में you require to break the energy. Ionization में energy is required to remove the electron. इलेक्ट्रॉन एंथैल्पी में एनर्जी डाल वो इलेक्ट्रॉन डालते हैं तो एनर्जी रिलीज होती है, और लैटिस एनर्जी में दो ऐड करते हैं तब एनर्जी रिलीज होती है. ओके, सो व्हाट वी हैव हियर इज दैट डेल्टा एचएफ इज इक्वल टू SBIEU. इट इज एन एप्लीकेशन ऑफ विच लॉ? हेसेस लॉ. तो जो भी आप पढ़ते हो इट इज ऑलवेज कनेक्टेड टू ईच एंड एवरी टॉपिक. तो ये याद रखना किसी भी टॉपिक को लीव नहीं करना है बिफोर एग्जाम्स, क्योंकि ऑल ऑफ देम आर इंटर रिलेटेड. So if you have to call for the party, you have to call all the friends together. ये नहीं कि you will be biased कि एक टॉपिक करा दूसरा नहीं करा. So इसीलिए यहाँ पे ये याद रखना कि your heat of formation is what? SBIEU. और मीनिंग सबको पता है. और लैटिस एनर्जी इससे हम कंप्यूट कर सकते हैं क्योंकि बाकी सब हम एक्सपेरिमेंटली निकाल सकते हैं. लैटिस एनर्जी क्योंकि Na+Cl- एज सच क्रिएट करने बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, तो इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड कंप्यूट लैटिस एनर्जी एक्सपेरिमेंटली, तो हम थ्योरेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट लगाते हैं. तो ये ऑन पेपर हम कंप्यूट कर सकते हैं अगर बाकी सारी वैल्यूज एक्सपेरिमेंटली नोन हो. सो बेसिकली कमिंग बैक टू द क्वेश्चंस हियर, Born-Haber cycle is used to calculate lattice energy. Next, Born-Haber cycle is an application of Hess's law. Hess's law of constant heat summation. Heat summation क्यों बोलते हैं इसको? Of constant heat summation. Sum का मतलब पता है? Sum का मतलब add हो रहे हैं, तो constant heat summation. Next question. An exothermic reaction is the one which is, delta H is negative. So Hp minus Hr should be equal to negative. So here in this case, you will have your Hr to be greater than Hp. ये आप अपने आप find out कर सकते. Substance under observation is known as system. Enthalpy of neutralization is merely what? Heat of formation of. You can relate it to that. और कोई तो फिट बैठेगा ही नहीं. लैटिस एनर्जी ऑफ NaCl. अब यहाँ पे आपको वैल्यूज नहीं पता होंगी तो ऐसे क्वेश्चंस छोड़ देना, गैस मारने के बजाय. वैसे आंसर इज सी, -776. स्टैंडर्ड एंथैल्पी ऑफ Al2O3 कैन नॉट बी मेजर्ड. ये पता होना चाहिए क्योंकि Al2O3 क्या करता है, जनरली ऑक्साइड्स का स्टैंडर्ड एंथैल्पी हम तभी नहीं निकाल सकते जब उनके बाहर एक ऑक्साइड का ना एक फॉर्मेशन, एक लेयर सी बन जाती है. Okay, the last question that I take up for today, and tomorrow we'll practice only numericals from thermochemistry. So be set to just calculate and do work out the problems quickly. I want a good response from all of you all. Okay, so ammonium chloride dissolves in water in this process. It is generally endothermic. ये आप experiment qualitative analysis भी करोगे स्कूल में, so तब आपको पता चलेगा कि जब भी अमोनियम क्लोराइड को सॉल्ट में डिसॉल्व कर, पानी में डिसॉल्व करते हैं ना, you will just shake it and you will find that the test tube becomes ठंडा. You try out, work it out. Ask your teacher कि वो थोड़ा सा एक पिंच जरा सा दे दे NH4Cl. प्रैक्टिस करके देखना, एंडोथर्मिक और एक्सोथर्मिक में मतलब समझ में आ जाएगा. राइट? Thank you for today. We'll practice the rest of the questions tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, girls. So last time we did was radical axis, right? And pole and polar was clear. The concept of pole and polar was really clear. Okay, and then we did radical axis and all the definition, the locus, and the idea behind the radical axis, how it's moving, right? And then after that, we discussed the area of triangle if this equation of sides are given using the concept of determinant, right? We also learned how to. And then after that, we did the intersection of curves, right? And what does it mean when I say find the angle of intersection of two curves? We also derived sine rule and cosine rule, right? And we know that whenever three sides of a triangle is given, we can find the angle using the cosine rule, right? And till here we were done. And we discussed all the questions. Did you practice all the questions, or you were busy celebrating Christmas and uh, National Mathematics Day was on 20? Why it is being celebrated as National Mathematics Day? Mr. Ramanujam, right? Okay. So hope you did all mathematics that day. Okay. So last time we were till 74. We did the questions. The question was to 74. After that, we had to continue, right? So the 75th question is talking about two circles touch each other, find the angle of intersection. Oh, we did 75. Hai? We finished 75. The internal and then external, right? So 76, what about two circles intersecting each other at? When I say two circles are intersecting each other at 90 degree, it means the angle between radius will also be 90 degree, because we know that alpha plus theta is pi. Alpha was nothing but angle between radius, and theta was nothing but angle between tangents, that was nothing but angle of intersection. Right? So when I say theta is 90 degree, it means alpha is also 90 degree, right? So I can say my two circles are this, and they are intersecting each other at, I'm going to call the equation of first circle as x square plus y square plus 2g1x plus 2f1y plus c1 is equal to 0. And the second equation is going to be x square plus y square plus 2g2x plus 2f2y plus c2 is equal to 0, right? I know this center, it is nothing but minus g1 comma minus f1, and this center is nothing but minus g2 comma minus f2, right? I know this is nothing but r1, and I know this is nothing but r2. I'm going to join this. So what Mr. Pythagoras said, sum of the legs, squares of leg is equal to square of hypotenuse, right? So this is nothing but the d. How can we find the distance d? So I can say d square is equal to, so first part is proved, right? First part is proved. Now the second part is just, we are going to find what is d. D is nothing but g minus g1 minus g2, that is nothing but g2 minus g1 ka square is equal to f2 minus f1 ka square is equal to, what is r1 square? g1 square plus f1 square minus c1. And what is g2 square? Sorry, what is r2 square? Minus c2, right? We are going to open it up. So left side going to be g1 square, so it will get cancelled. f2 is g1 square, g2 square, both will be cancelled, right? So we'll be left only with minus 2g1 g2 minus 2f1 f2 is equal to minus c1 minus c2, right? So minus remove. So I got this relation. So two relation which I got, wherever two curves, two circles are cutting each other orthogonally, it means they are making 90-degree, and we can directly apply these two results. The d square is nothing but r1 square plus r2 square, and 2g1 g2 plus 2f1 f2 is equal to c1 plus c2. The center of those two circles is going to be minus g1 minus f1 minus g2 minus f2. Remember that. Don't say that g1 and f1 is the center, right? And c1 and c2 is nothing but their constant. Clear? No problem till here? So you must remember this result, these two results. Even if you forgot, it's very hardly 10 to 15 seconds it will take to derive this, right? 2g1 g2 plus 2f1 f2 is equal to c1 plus c2. And ये तो diagram से ही आ जाएगा, d square is equal to r1 square plus r2 square. Can you go to next page? So you understood what is orthogonality of two circles? When they cut each other at, we can also say they are orthogonals, right? When two curves are orthogonal, it means they are cutting each other at, so they are orthogonal to each other, right? Now 77 is talking about if S1 and S2 are orthogonal circles, right? S1 and S2 are orthogonal circles, then you have to say true or false. First, S1 might pass through center of S2. Possible? True or false? I'm going to call my S1 as x square plus y square plus 2g1x plus c1 is equal to 0. I'm going to call S2 as x2 square plus y2 square plus 2g2x y plus c2 is equal to 0, right? And we know that twice of g1 g2 plus twice of f1 f2 is equal to c1 plus c2. Now, when I say S1 is passing through S2, when I say S1 is passing through S2, what is the center of this curve? So I'm saying that this point is lying on this curve. So this line must satisfy that. Okay, I know this is the relation when two circles are orthogonal. So I'll just put minus g2 on that part. So it will turn out to be g2 square plus f2 square minus 2g1 g2 minus 2f1 f2 plus c1 is equal to 0. ये equation satisfy होना चाहिए. What is g2 square plus f2 square? Huh? I can say this as g2 square plus f2 square, and I can remove everything by minus c2. I can remove this part by, so I can say that g2 square plus f2 square minus c2 is equal to, what does it tell me about the radius 2? 0. Can we have a circle with 0 radius? It's just a point, right? It's just a point, so it's not possible, right? So part A and part B both are false, and part C obviously turns out to be the true statement, right? Clear? It will never pass. Even if you have gone through geometrically, if it is passing through the center, angle would have been, last time we did the question, na? If both of them are passing through center, it is 120 degree, right? Last time we did. Good. 78. Find the equation of circle passing through origin and 2, 0. My circle is passing through origin and 2, 0 and orthogonal to another circle. I'm going to call that circle as x square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus c is equal to 0, right? Let's say this is my circle. If I say it is passing through origin, c will be equal to, so I can remove my c. Now this circle is passing through origin. Now this circle must satisfy 2 comma 0. So I can replace y by 0 and x by 2. So I can say 4 plus 4g is equal to 0. Y vanishes. So I can say g is nothing but minus 1. So I got something about my equation. It says x square plus y square minus 2x plus 2fy is equal to 0. This is my equation. Still one thing is unknown. What is that? F. Now what is the relation it is giving? It is orthogonal to what? X square plus y square minus 4x minus 2y plus 1 is equal to, what is g1 here? Minus 1. And what is g2 here? Minus 2 plus 2 into, what is f1 here? F. And what is here? Minus 1 is equal to, what is c1 here? What is c2 here? So I can say 4 minus 2f is equal to 1. 4 minus 2f is equal to 1. So f is, you can replace, right? This is the equation. Clear? Not clear? Clear, very good. Now remember when I was talking about radical circle, radical axis, when I was talking about radical axis, we saw that it's basically a locus of a point such that the power with respect to both the circles are equal. That is the definition, right? And we saw, let me show you the diagram. This was my radical axis closer to smaller radius, right? And if I say this is, I am choosing a random point on radical axis, I can see that these all are equal, right? So basically it is becoming a circle, right? And I told you that it's going to be some good circle, special circle. देखते हैं क्या होता है वो circle. कहीं पे भी लो ऐसा ही circle होगा, right? Right? Okay. What is the equation of radical axis? S1 minus S2. Good. Now, if you see, the equation is x square plus y square plus 2g1x plus 2f1y plus c1 is equal to 0, and x square plus y square plus 2g2x plus 2f2y plus c2 is equal to 0. Now you have, these are the two fixed circles, right? It means the centers are fixed, minus g1 comma minus f1 and minus g2 comma minus f2. You have a variable circle which cuts them orthogonally, right? We have a variable circle which is cutting them orthogonally, and you have to find the locus of that circle center. You don't have to find the locus of the circle, you have to find the locus of the center of that circle, right? So I'm going to call my first equation is S1. I'm going to call S1 as x square plus y square plus 2g1x plus 2f1y plus c1 is equal to 0, and my S2 is x square plus y square plus 2g2x plus 2f2y plus c2 is equal to 0, and I'm going to call the moving point of my center of the circle as C as minus g comma minus f. Why to change h comma k? We are very comfortable with minus g minus f, right? So I'm going to call my circle as x square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus c is equal to 0, right? I know it is orthogonal to this and this is orthogonal to this. So I can say 2gg1 plus 2ff1 is equal to c plus c1, and I can also say that 2gg2 plus 2ff2 is equal to c plus c2. C is an extra term, I can easily remove it. लोकस में ये करते हैं ना, जो एक्स्ट्रा वेरिएबल आता है उसको रिमूव कर देते हैं. This is the only extra variable C, and और जितना एक्स्ट्रा वेरिएबल आता है उससे +1 इक्वेशंस होना चाहिए. We have 2 equations, so we can easily remove C. So I can say 2GG1 plus 2FF1 minus C1 is equal to 2GG2 plus 2FF2 minus C2. Right? Clear or not clear? हो गया, लोकस आ गया. कैसे आ गया बताओ, जल्दी बताओ. लोकस क्या होगा? C is my minus D minus F. So I'm going to say 2G1 minus G2 plus 2F F1 minus F2 plus C2 minus C1 is equal to 0, right? Clear? Minus G to be replaced by X and minus F to be replaced by, means G to be replaced by minus X and F to be replaced by, so I'm going to say minus 2X G1 minus G2 minus 2Y F1 minus F2 minus C1 minus C2. Right? I can say this. I can get my minus everywhere out. Right? What is this? क्या होता है ये? समझ में आया वो सर्कल क्या था? It was a circle which was उस सेंटर उस रेडिकल एक्सिस पे कोई भी पॉइंट के सेंटर बना के आप सर्कल बनाओगे तो वो जो सर्कल कट कर रहा है दोनों सर्कल को, दैट इज ऑर्थोगोनल सर्कल टू बोथ. क्लियर? ये बात समझ में आया आपको? बहुत अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट था. समझ में आया ये चीज? क्लियर? ये बात समझ में आ जाए? गुड. तो मतलब लोकस, whenever you see two circles, you have to find the locus of a third circle which is cutting them orthogonally. It means you are talking about the center, you're talking about that circle whose center lies on the radical axis, right? So radical axis basically क्या क्या बन गया? एक बन गया common chord भी radical axis था, right? Radical axis exactly definition आपको पता है क्या होता है, and then आपको ये भी पता चल गया कि the locus of the center of a circle which cuts two circles orthogonally is also radical axis, right? Clear? Now my question is, let's say I have three circles, three non-collinear centered circle, right? I have to find that circle which cuts all the three orthogonally. मुझे ये पता है कि इन दोनों को ऑर्थोगोनली जो कट करेगा उसका लोकस ये है, इन दोनों को जो ऑर्थोगोनली करेगा उसका ये है, और इन दोनों को करेगा उसका ऑर्थोगोनली ये है. तीनों कहां मिलेगा? सिर्फ यहीं से एक सर्कल बनेगा जो तीनों को ऑर्थोगोनली कट करेगा. दिस आपको याद होगा मैंने इसे कुछ नाम दिया था, रेडिकल सेंटर. वी कॉल्ड इट. सो ऑब्वियसली इस सर्कल को क्या कहेंगे? और इसकी रेडियस क्या होगी? किसी एक का भी पावर निकाल दो, मतलब पावर ऑफ दिस पॉइंट विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू एनी ऑफ द सर्कल, द पावर ऑफ द पॉइंट विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू एनी ऑफ द सर्कल. क्लियर? सेम होंगे तीनों. So this is the idea. This is basically your radical circle. So you understood what is radical axis, and you understood what is radical center, and you understood what is radical circle. Last time we did t is equal to 0. You understood pole and polar, right? The only last few things are left in circle, which will take hardly 30 minutes to finish off, and then we'll revise. We'll discuss some additional problems of straight line. Okay. Can we go to next page? see what is lattice point. When I say find the number of lattice point inside this circle, it is a circle, you can see this, whose center is 3,4 and radius is √10, right? You can see this is a circle whose center is 3,4 and radius is √10. It means I'm talking about, let's say ऐसा कोई सर्कल है ना, कट करना है नहीं ध्यान दे रहा हूं मैं, बस ऐसा एक सर्कल है, ठीक है, और ये 3,4 सेंटर है और रेडियस क्या है, √10 है. इसके अंदर बहुत सारे बंदे होंगे जैसे 3,5, 3,6, ऐसे बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स होंगे जिसके एब्सिसा भी क्या होंगे, इंटीजर, और ऑर्डिनेट भी क्या होंगे, इंटीजर. उस पॉइंट को जिसके एब्सिसा और ऑर्डिनेट दोनों इंटीजर होते हैं, उस पॉइंट को हम कहते हैं लैटिस पॉइंट. ओके, उसे क्या कहते हैं हम, लैटिस पॉइंट. डोंट वरी, जब भी क्वेश्चन में दिया होगा मेंशन किया जाएगा व्हाट इज द लैटिस पॉइंट. यू डोंट हैव टू कीप इन योर हेड, बट अंडरस्टूड व्हाट डज द लैटिस पॉइंट मींस, राइट? एब्सिसा भी इंटीजर, ऑर्डिनेट भी इंटीजर. Now you have to count all those points inside the circle. You have to count total number of lattice points. So how to go for it? अच्छा एक बात बताओ, ये सर्कल है, सेंटर 3,4, इट्स अ लैटिस पॉइंट. ये जो ओरिजिन है, इट इज आल्सो अ लैटिस पॉइंट. कैन आई पिक दिस सर्कल एंड पुट इट हियर? जितना लैटिस पॉइंट यहां होगा उतना ही लैटिस पॉइंट यहां भी होगा ना, राइट? सो ऑलवेज रिमेंबर, जब भी हो तुम्हें इस टाइप के सर्कल्स हो जिसमें लैटिस पॉइंट्स निकालना हो, सो यू जस्ट हैव टू सी दैट योर सेंटर इज अ लैटिस पॉइंट. Yes, if it is a lattice point, you can bring that circle to origin, and then abhi bhi aasan nahi hai, we have to count. But yes, we have got symmetry. The moment we have brought that circle to origin, we have got symmetry. We have got 4 symmetrical quadrants, right? We have got 4 symmetrical quadrants. So let's see what are the challenges we are going to face while counting the number of lattice points. So I know this circle is nothing but center at 3,4 and radius is √10. So I'm going to draw another circle whose center is 0,0 and radius is √10. आने से यहां से उठा के यहां लाने में रेडियस उसका थक तो नहीं जाएगा, मास कम हो गया, रेडियस श्रिंक कर गया. So let's say this is my circle. Okay, this is my circle. This point is √10, 0 minus √10, 0, 0, minus √10, 0, √10. √10 is nothing but 3 point something, है ना? 3.15 something of that. Now you see, this is, if I count this part, everything is fine, right? So I'm going to first break my axis. So I know this is origin O. I know this is 1, 0. So this is 1, 0. This is 2, 0. This is 3, 0, right? 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, right? Obviously 4, 0 will lie outside. That is not my lattice point. Now if you see 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, right? Right? And now draw this thing. Draw हो गया? इधर से भी ड्रॉ कर दो. जितने लड्डू बनाए उतने ही लैटिस पॉइंट्स है ना, जो डायग्राम में है. बीच में तो कोई लैटिस पॉइंट नहीं होगा, इतने ही लैटिस पॉइंट्स होंगे, राइट? कितने लैटिस पॉइंट्स एक्स एक्सिस पे लाई कर रहे हैं? 3. ओरिजिन को हम नहीं एक्सेप्ट करेंगे, ओरिजिन को हम बस 1 मान लेना क्योंकि सब में ओरिजिन है ना, कॉमन है. कितने इसमें? यहां कितने हैं? यहां कितने होंगे? यहां कितने होंगे? तो लेट्स से अगर 4 into 3 plus 1 इतने तो हमने काउंट कर लिए, राइट? अब ये पक्का है इनसाइड, आई डोंट हैव टू चेक, इसके लिए भी मुझे चेक करने की जरूरत नहीं है, राइट? इसके लिए भी मुझे चेक करने की जरूरत नहीं है, इसके लिए चेक कर सकता हूं मैं. ओके, व्हाट इज दिस पॉइंट? 1,3. सो इट इज लाइंग ऑन द सर्कल. डायग्राम में कोई एरर है, कोई इशू नहीं है, इट्स लाइंग ऑन द. सो क्वेश्चन में कभी कभी कंफ्यूजन होता है कि इनसाइड लिया जाए कि नहीं लिया जाए, ठीक है? हियर विल टेक एक्सेप्ट, विल बी टेकिंग इनसाइड. सो यस, इट इज ऑल्सो आवर लैटिस पॉइंट, राइट? यहां देखो 2,1 inside, 2,2 confusion. Let's check. 2 square plus 2 square 8 inside. 2,3 confusion. 2 square plus 3 out. इनमें तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं है, चलो टिक तो मार ही नहीं रहे, स्पेस को रहने दो. 3,1 inside obviously. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this is my total number of lattice point. So next, what is the drill? Find, let's say m is the number of lattice points on x axis. We are not going to calculate this. So, and if say इस region में n है, तो how many? 4m plus 1 plus 4n. Even if you are going through MCQ, multiple choice question, see अगर कोई 8 का 4 into mn plus 1 फॉर्म में अगर एक ही ऑप्शन है, तो why you have to count? Getting the idea? Let's say ऑप्शन A में है, कुछ कोई क्वेश्चन है, I'm not saying, let's say ऑप्शन कुछ ऐसा है 25, 26, 28, 33, ठीक है? ये तो तुरंत खत्म कर दो. इन दोनों में कंफ्यूजन है, चेक कर लो. अदरवाइज अगर ये है तो ये भी खत्म कर दो. Getting the idea? So this is how we are going to count total number of lattice points. Are we going very fast? Very good. Now today you are going to appreciate why we went very fast. Now 81. We are talking about family of circles. You remember family of lines? What was that? If I see two intersecting lines L1, L2, I can say infinite lines passes through this point of intersection, right? What is the common property of all the curves which is passing through this point of intersection was belonging to a family. You have, when I say a family, it means it has some common thing. This point was common thing, and I called that line as L1 plus lambda L2 is equal to 0. Right? ये story थी. Family of curves की भी यही कहानी होती है. When I say two circles are intersecting each other, right? So let's say this is S1, this is S2. What is the family of circles? It will be all the circles which is passing through this point of intersection, right? So I can say the family is going to be S1 plus lambda S2, right? S1 plus lambda S2. एक और चीज कह सकते हैं, S1 plus lambda L is equal to 0. Now tell me what is L? This common chord. Common chord, what is the equation of common chord? So we can any day write now S1 plus lambda S2 as nothing but S1 plus lambda into S1 minus S2. We can write any day. So we can say S1 plus lambda L is equal to 0. It means it is a family of line. It is a family of curve. It is a family of circle, which is, what is the common thing in this family? That they must pass through these 2 points. Obviously, this line is also passing through these 2 points. So this is also a part of family. So instead of S1 plus lambda L, I'll say S1 plus 2 lambda L. Can anyone tell me why? Because L is my linear expression. And I'm always used to write S1 in 2gx plus 2fy form. So I can easily handle it. It's just for the sake of calculation. I'm not going to say, if anyone is really interested in writing a lambda L, no issue, koi baat nahi, aap likho. You can handle it, you handle it. If you want to write 2 lambda, no issue, theek hai, kar sakte hain handle. It makes our life a little easier, not much easier, but little easier. Right? Clear? Yahan tak samajh mein aaya? S1 plus 2 lambda L. Now, you remember I asked you a question in which x was accepting infinity as a solution, right? Whenever it was cutting down. So I told you their slope is something which accepts infinity. Lambda is also something which accepts infinity. जब lambda infinity हो जाता तो क्या बनेगा? What is the equation? It is talking about this line. When lambda is infinity, it means 2 lambda is infinity. I'm going to divide everything. So this will become 0 and this will become L is equal to 0. What is L is equal to 0? This equation. तो समझ में आ रहा है ये सर्कल है और लैम्डा जब इन्फिनिटी हो जाता तो आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट कॉमन कॉर्ड. ठीक है? सो हियर आल्सो लैम्डा विल एक्सेप्ट इन्फिनिटी एज सॉल्यूशन. रिमेंबर एक तो dy by dx एक्सेप्ट करेगा इन्फिनिटी एज सॉल्यूशन, है ना? स्लोप. क्लियर? अब देखो क्या कहते हैं, lattice points are those points whose abscissa is also an integer and ordinate is also an integer. Whenever you find any circle whose center is itself a lattice point, let's say in the example it was 3, 4, so we can pick that circle and take it to the origin. I'll make my center as origin and then now I am going to see that my circle has got 4 symmetrical portions. Then I am going to count the number of lattice point on x on positive x-axis. I won't include origin. So if let's say it has turned out to be m points, so it will turn out to be 4m plus 1 because if I can see the same number of lattice point on positive x, positive y, negative y. And then origin, since I have been neglecting origin, so I'll say 4m plus 1. And then I'm going to see the lattice point by drawing a graph on the first quadrant. And then wherever if I feel little doubt about those points, which can be on the exterior or interior, I'll just check using the finding the power of that point. If that power is negative, it means it is inside. And if you are really not able to understand, then please, as soon as you get back home, 25-30 minutes of the video will have the lattice point. Okay. Now we were talking about family of circles, right? So you understood what is family of circles? Okay, now I have x square plus y square is equal to 4x plus 4y. Another circle is x square plus y square is equal to 4. Tell me what is the center of the circle? Two, 2. What is the radius? 2 root 2. This is 2, 2 and radius is? This is? Radius is? What is the distance between this? What is this distance between two centers? 2 root 2. Are they intersecting? If I say this is my circle, this is my circle, this is turning out to be 2, and this is 2 root 2, and this is 2. When they are going to, it means they are going to intersect, then only it's possible, otherwise it's not possible, right? I told you how to find common tangents all, right? You're missing all the, you're not revising, right? So yes, they are intersecting, right? They are intersecting circles. Clear? Now the question is, first part, find the common chord. What is the common chord going to be? S1 minus S2 is equal to 0. Part A, fine. Part B, find the locus of point having same power with respect to both circles. Same question, same answer. S1 minus S2 is equal to 0. Third question, find the locus of the center of circle that intersect both circles orthogonally. Same, S1 minus S2 is equal to 0. A, B, C, all the three have the same answer, that is S1 minus S2 is equal to 0. It is just the three different names for the same equation, right? Now see the D part. Find the equation of circle that pass through the points of intersection of these two circles, obviously. Passing through the point of intersection of these two circles and also pass through 10, 0. So I'm going to call that circle as x square plus y square minus 4x minus 4y plus lambda into x square plus y square minus 4 is equal to 0. The only challenge I have to find is lambda. I'm going to put 10, 0 in the equation and then find the lambda, and then I'm going to put that lambda there, and that equation becomes that circle, right? Good. Second part. Length of the tangent to this circle from minus 3, 0 is 2 unit. What is the length of a tangent from any point? The power of the root power, right? So I can say power is 4. So I'm going to put minus 3, 0 in this equation is equal to 4 to find my corresponding lambda. Lambda will be a single term. So solved. Third part. Orthogonal to x square plus y square is equal to 4. I am going to see. अच्छा एक बात बताओ, मुझे ऐसे लिखना चाहिए फैमिली ऑफ इक्वेशन या ये लिखना चाहिए x स्क्वायर प्लस y स्क्वायर माइनस 4 प्लस 2 लैम्डा इनटू S1 माइनस S2 का जो आंसर आया था मेरा, क्या आंसर आया था? लेट्स से I'm subtracting this from this, so 4x plus 4y minus 4 is equal to 0. So x plus y minus 1 is equal to 0. So I can say x plus y. ठीक है, ये ज्यादा अच्छा इक्वेशन है, ये ज्यादा अच्छा इक्वेशन है, नीचे वाला ज्यादा अच्छा इक्वेशन है. ऊपर वाले में कोई गलती थी क्या? नहीं, it was not a mistake, right? But we can choose obviously the faster way. So this is x square plus y square minus 4 plus 2 lambda plus x plus y minus 1 is equal to. Now it is orthogonal to which circle? X square plus इससे, है ना? इससे orthogonal होना चाहिए. तो इसका g1 g2 क्या है? 0 0 है, तो इधर तो 0 ही रख दो. Is equal to c1 plus c2. What is c1 here? Minus 4. And what is c2 here? Minus 4 minus 2 lambda. Solve कर दो. 2 lambda is equal to minus 8, right? है ना? So lambda is equal to, so lambda is minus 4. So you have to put here. Clear? Easy? No issue? Okay. Fourth is important. Have you done basic mathematics class in physics? Basic mathematics class in physics? Did they tell you how to find the maximum and minimum values of any function by differentiating dy by dx, right? By finding dy by dx is equal to 0, and then again find critical points and checking whether d2y by dx square is positive or negative, right? That is the method. वो तो एक method है ही. Next question देखो क्या है. I'm going to write my family as x square plus y square minus 4 plus 2 lambda into क्या आया था, x plus y minus 1 ना, right? So what is the center going to be? Minus lambda comma minus lambda, है ना? 2 lambda x 2 lambda y. And what is my radius going to be? R square is going to be G square plus F square minus C, which means lambda square plus lambda square. What is C? Minus 4 minus 2 lambda. Okay, so equation turns out to be 2 lambda square. Radius square is nothing but 2 lambda square plus 2 lambda plus 4. This is a quadratic equation. You know how to maximize it, minimize it. It's going to be this parabola, right? So this point is going to be your minimum point. याद नहीं है? या dy by dx निकाल दो, है ना? Differentiate radius with respect to lambda, and then find the corresponding value of y to get the minimum value, right? ये तो एक method हो गया, ठीक है? But my question is, can you really visualize which circle is actually the circle having the smallest radius? This is the method which you can easily handle, right? But I'm going to tell you a better method. See, if you see two circles, these are the two circles cutting each other, and this is your common chord, and there will be infinite circle passing through this. Can you tell me which circle is actually the circle which will have the smallest radius? It will be that circle जिसका diameter ये बन जाएगा, right? Good, solved. Clear? आपने इक्वेशन लिखा था, उसका सेंटर क्या था? You know the equation? So सेंटर कहां लाई करेगा? तो लैम्डा की वैल्यू आ जाएगी. So you can find the equation of circle. So what is the lesson learned here? It is that if two circles are intersecting, there is a family. उस family में एक सबसे छोटा बंदा है, right? Which is going to accept that chord as diameter, right? Where were we? Smallest radius. Now question number 82. Question number 82 tells you that there is these two circles. Find the condition for which first circle bisects the circumference of second circle. If I see two circles, a bigger circle or a smaller circle, I want to bisect this circle using this. Can I bisect it? So it's only the bigger circle which can bisect. I want to bisect, तो ये bisect कर देगा, ऐसे bisect करेगा, right? Bisect करना मतलब ये इक्वल है, ये इक्वल मतलब ये कॉमन कॉर्ड क्या बन जाना? डायमीटर, राइट? सो ये सर्कल और ये सर्कल, this circle turns out to be the smallest circle, which means the radius of this circle will lie between the on common chord. So I hope you will be able to handle 82. What is going to be the equation of common chord? 2 g1 minus g2x plus 2 f1 minus f2x plus c1 minus c2 is equal to 0. This is going to be your equation. Find the condition of circle which first circle bisect the second. What is the equation of second circle? X 2g2 2f2. So what is the center? So it must satisfy this. तो यहां पे क्या डाल देंगे हम लोग? minus 2 g1 minus g2 g2 minus 2 f1 f2 f2 plus c1 minus c2. So this is the condition. Yes. हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है. So this is the condition which is needed. This is the condition, right? It means जो सर्कल बाइसेक्ट हो रहा है, that is the smallest circle. Idea is clear? Condition simple. Write the common chord, and then the center of that circle, smallest circle, should lie on. Okay, good. So 83. You have S1, S2. Find the member of family whose circumference is bisected by S1. क्या करें? Smallest circle. Part B. Find the member of the family which is bisected by S2. Same answer. C. Find the member of the family whose circumference is bisected by S1 plus 7S2. Same answer. Clear? क्योंकि उससे तो सब बड़े होंगे और उसको सब बाइसेक्ट करेंगे. Clear? So should I have to solve this question 83? No? So should we go to 84? Okay. Now, since I remember you must be solving these questions जब 3 points है तो क्या करना चाहिए? Put करके equation solve करना. Now no more. Because we know how to handle family of circle. Right? So I am going to choose any 2 points. Let's say 5, 7, 8, 4. 5, 7, 8, 4, and I know this circle. What is the equation of diameter? Y minus 7 upon x minus 5 is equal to 3 by minus 3. 7 minus 4 by 5 minus 8. So this is going to be my equation, which finally turns out to be y minus 7 is equal to minus x plus 5, which finally turns out to be x plus y minus 12. Right? Can I write the equation of this circle? What is it? X minus 5 into x minus 8 plus y minus 4 equal to 0, but I am going to write plus 2 lambda into x plus y minus 12 is equal to 0. So I have actually defined the whole family. Right? I have defined whole family. Now I want to find the equation of circle which is also have 9, 5. Put 9, 5 and find lambda. Answer clear. समझ में आया? Clear or not clear? Clear? The family has actually made our life easier, right? Question number 85. Find the equation of circle passing through 9, 11 and 11, 13 and is orthogonal to this. So you know whenever 2 points are there, you can easily find the family. For finding the family of circle, 2 points is sufficient. Just make those 2 points as diameter, find the equation of chord, find the diametric form of that equation, that smallest banda, है ना, plus 2 lambda into that equation is equal to 0, and then whatever the condition, whatever they are asking, just solve it. So we don't have to solve 85. Okay, good. 86. Now it is a touching family, a very emotional family. एक नई family आने वाली है अचानक से. तो family थी. Now there is something called touching family. Let's see what is that touching family. Find the equation of circle passed through 2, 4 and 1, 6 and tangent at 2, 4 is 3x. मतलब he is talking about एक circle, एक random circle की बात कर रहा है, जिसमें एक बंदा क्या है 2, 4 और दूसरा बंदा क्या है 1, 6 और यहां से वो tangent दौड़ा दिया. क्या है tangent? 3x minus y. Clear? Now tell me, ऐसे infinite circles होंगे? ठीक है. ये जो यहां पे बैठा है बंदा, ये तुम्हारा सबसे स्मॉलेस्ट सर्कल होगा जो एकदम पॉइंट होगा और जिसकी रेडियस क्या होगी 0. जब इसका रेडियस 0 होगा इसको हम कहेंगे पॉइंट सर्कल. क्या कहेंगे इसे हम? पॉइंट सर्कल. और इसका इक्वेशन भी हम लिखने की कोशिश करेंगे. इसका इक्वेशन हम लिख देंगे x minus 2 into x minus 2 plus y minus 4 into y minus 4. समझ में आया मैंने क्या किया? मैंने एक सर्कल लिया जिसका डायमीटर 2 एंड पॉइंट्स क्या है 2, 4, 2, 4. इट मींस दैट इज अ पॉइंट सर्कल जिसकी रेडियस क्या है 0. सो दिस सर्कल इज, ठीक है. फिर मैं इससे फैमिली लिख दूंगा प्लस 2 लैम्डा t. अब ये सारे सर्कल्स हो गए ना तैयार. So this is basically a touching family, just touching. इस family की क्या खास बात है? They are touching this tangent at this point, right? So I'm going to call this as x minus 2 ka square plus y minus 4 ka square plus 2 lambda t, means x minus 2 ka square plus y minus 4 ka square plus 2 lambda into 3x minus y minus 2 is equal to 0. Now it is also passing through which point? 1,6. ये वाला बंदा डाल दो, निकाल दो. Clear? So touching family is also a very helpful tool, right? Find the equation of circle which says y is equal to x at 1, 1 and also touches x axis. क्या करें? Tangent क्या है? y is equal to x और कहां टच कर रहा है? 1, 1 पे. So can I write the family? X minus 1 का square plus 2 lambda into ठीक है. It is touching x axis. कब सर्कल x axis को टच करता है? जब g square is equal to c होता है. तो g square is equal to c बना दो. Clear or not clear? लैम्डा निकल के आ जाएगा, लैम्डा डाल दो. So here we call it the end to circle. Do we need to revise everything? No? Should we recap it? Huh? Okay. First thing we did was locus. In locus, what we did, we saw that basically locus is nothing but a set of information in which we have to write the path, the moving point, right? So basically it can be in the form of poem, it can be in the form of poetry, it can be in the form of songs, है ना? But mathematically it is only in the form of three, that is parametric form, algebraic form and geometric form. You know how to go from locus. सबको बहुत डर लगता है इस नाम से, मैं सुनाऊं. Parametric, algebraic, geometric. From parametric to algebraic, you just have to eliminate your parameter. What is parameter? Something which changes. Algebraic to parameter, just put x is equal to t, find that there can be many paths. This way, right? Geometric to algebraic, the certain steps, take the moving point h comma k, write all the equations, take extra variables if you want to take it, write total number of equations. The total number of equations should be whatever extra you have taken plus 1. And after that, remove your parameters, remove and put h is equal to x and k is equal to y and find your locus. And how to go for algebraic to geometric, we discussed some basic curves. Finally, you will be able to master this algebraic to geometric only when you are exposed to calculus. Since you have not been exposed to calculus, so till now, whatever the basic curves we have discussed, it's clear to you, right? You know the basic transformation, shifting, how it shifts, a unit up, a unit down, a unit right, a unit left, how it reflects, right? Okay. After locus, we went to circle. We saw the basic definition of circle, the basic general equation of circle, and then we find the diametric form, and then we learned how to write using diameters, how to write the equation, and then we also used application of quadratic equation, the sum of roots and difference of roots, in finding the length of the chords. You remember? After that, we saw the condition for tangency. We found the basic which we know about the discriminant thing and then touching of a circle thing. The point of a center, the distance should be equal to radius. And then we developed t is equal to 0. And t is equal to 0 turned out to be an equation of polar. When pole is given. If pole is lying on the curve, it's tangent. If pole is inside the curve, it is polar. When pole is outside the curve, it is chord of contact, right? Then also we developed the result of t is equal to s1. What was that? It was the midpoint of the chord, right? It is nothing but t is equal to s1. Then we also developed the theory of radical axis. We saw what is radical axis. We also drew all the graph. We also discussed find the total number of common tangents, right? When it is intersecting, when it is non-intersecting, when it is touching, how it is touching, right? what is direct common tangent, what is transverse common tangent, how to find the length. We all discussed that. After that, in radical axis, we simply we went through the definition of locus, and then slowly we developed the results on radical axis too, right? And after that, the angle of intersections, the sine rule, the cosine rule, how it is helping us, and then the family of circle, and then lattice points, right? So this was the story of circle, right? No issue till here. And the result in which we were finding for t is equal to 0, it was not only for circle, but it was also for all the 2-degree curves. Okay, good. Now, since you have already been exposed to straight lines, you have already finished straight lines, I'll just discuss some additional part, and I'll just show some of the things which I think you must have missed, right? Next page. There was this question from IIT JEE which needs to be remembered as formula, which I'm going to talk about. This is a question which was asked in IIT JEE, but the result needs to be, it's not there in that question, I'm just writing there. So the result needs to be remembered, right? We'll see how, we'll prove it, and then we'll see everything is branching from this result. Okay, now here. There is this equation of line given ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. For these 45 minutes, we were fast. We were able to save only 45 minutes. Okay, so I'll try to maximize this 45 minutes. Okay, so we'll be a little fast than ever. So ax plus by plus c is equal to 0 is the equation of this line. And let's say this is this point x1 comma y1. This was the question. I'm just writing the question. It's a p, and there is this point q, pq, and this line is making, this is positive x-axis, and this is making alpha with positive x-axis. You had to prove that pq, it's a sine distance, not a mod. PQ is a sine distance, which is equal to, you have to show to prove PQ is minus AX1 plus BY1 plus T by A cos alpha plus B sin alpha. ये तुम्हें prove करना था. This was an IIT JEE question, and you had to prove this. How to prove this? This is x1 comma y1. This is q. PQ is nothing but r. What is the parametric form of q? x1 plus r cos alpha, y1 plus. It will satisfy this. So r will turn out to be this. एक ही line prove हो गया. Clear? But proof से ज़्यादा important है ये result. R is equal to minus, देखो बाहर है. Don't forget कि अंदर की चीज याद कर लेते हैं. Minus whatever the equation of this line is, I have put x1 y1 replaced x and y by x and y1, and down I just said a cos alpha plus b sin alpha, and it's a rigid solid proved. It's proved, right? Anyone who says that it's not true? सबको दिख गया truth इसका? Proof दिख गया सबको? Any problem? No. Now, अब देखो, this is PQ. Now, what is the shortest path from P point to this line? Obviously this. This is going to be my shortest path. Now I see above is a constant thing. Below is a variable thing which is varying on what? Alpha. I know the shortest path is the minimum path, which means I have to minimize this expression, which means I have to maximize denominator. What is the maximum value of this? Right, remember this? आप trigonometry class में maximize करना सीखे होंगे. 3 sin theta plus 4 cos theta is maximum value is 5, minimum value is -5, right? Similarly, a cos theta plus b sin theta is under root a square plus b square maximum, and minimum is minus under root a square plus b square. So now we have to maximize this. So I can say PQ short, PQ perpendicular distance is equal to minus of यही तो आप रटते हैं यहाँ पे मॉड लगा के, है ना? यहाँ पे मॉड लगा के आप रटते हो यही, लेकिन अब कहां से आ रहा है पता चल गया? अब रटने की जरूरत नहीं है. बट वी हैव, ये रिमेंबर करो, ये साइन है, ये वी आर फाइंडिंग द साइन डिस्टेंस. ओके, यहां तक कोई डाउट नहीं है? नो प्रॉब्लम टिल हियर. ओके, आप लोगों को ये भी बात पता होगा कि when I say P1 P2 when they are lying on the same side, when they are lying on the opposite side, कैसे करते हो? You just put and then see whether they have the same sign, opposite sign. Of course, now if you see P1 is here, it is going in this direction. P2 is here, it is going in. ये एक्सप्रेशन देख रहे हो? ये पॉजिटिव होगा तो पूरा इस साइन पे डिपेंड कर गया, इसका भी इसी के साइन पे हो गया. अगर सेम साइन आ गया मतलब P1 P2 इधर है, और अगर अपोजिट है तो ऐसे है. क्लियर? नो इश्यू टिल हियर. तो ये भी पता चल गया कि हाउ टू फाइंड व्हेन दे आर लाइंग ऑन द अपोजिट साइड और व्हेन दे आर लाइंग ऑन द, सिंपली पुट व्हाई दिस इज ट्रू. तुम्हें ये तो पता ही था, बट यू नो द रीजन. क्लियर? यहां तो कोई डाउट नहीं है? गुड. Now if you see two parallel lines, this is your two parallel lines. This is ax plus by plus c1 is equal to 0. This is ax plus by plus c2 is equal to 0, right? Till here no issue. Now I have to find this length. Okay, so I'm going to call this point as alpha comma beta. So I know how to find AB using the sign distance. So I can say AB is equal to minus of A alpha plus B beta plus C1 upon under root A square plus B square, right? Since we have to find the mod, we can remove this. You simply put this, right? We have to find the distance. Now alpha comma beta is lying on this equation. So which means A alpha plus B beta is equal to minus C2. So I can say hence proved. See, so the distance between two parallel lines C1 minus C2 upon under root A square plus B square. No issue till here? Good. Now let's see, I have a parallelogram. Y is equal to m1x plus c1. Y is equal to, यही होगा ना? राइट है ना? m1 दोनों का सेम होना चाहिए, अदरवाइज पैरेललोग्राम कहां बनेगा? Y is equal to m2x राइट? कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है यहां तक? Now, can anyone tell me what is the area going to be? What is the area of a parallelogram? Half base into height, class 6th. Base into height, right? Okay. So this is your base. This is your height, right? My height, I'm going to rearrange my equation. Right? My height is going to be C2 minus C1 mod upon under root 1 plus m1 square. Height is going to be this. This is my base. I'm going to call this point as alpha comma beta. I'm going to call this point as, so my base is going to be, B is going to be, I'll put this as m2 alpha minus beta plus d1 upon this equation. What is the slope? Let's say it is making theta with positive x-axis. So tan theta is m1. So I'm going to call this as m2 cos theta a cos theta plus b sin theta ना, याद करो, minus of this a cos alpha plus b sin alpha. So a is m2 here and b is minus 1 minus sin theta. Okay, when tan theta is m1, what is my sin theta going to be? And what is my cos theta going to be? So my B base is going to be, okay, m2 alpha minus beta is lying here. So it must satisfy m2 alpha minus beta should be equal to d2 minus d2. d1 minus d2. नीचे आ गया a cos alpha plus b sin alpha, which I am going to write cos theta as m2 by under root 1 minus m1 square, and sin theta as m1 by under root 1 minus m1 square. Right? Base into height is going to be my area. So it is finally turns out to be C1 minus C2 mod D1 minus D2 mod upon M1 minus M2 mod. This is going to be your area. So whenever you see parallelogram, just see what is C, what is D, and what is M, and the product of the difference of constant upon the difference of slope will be your area. You don't have to derive every time, but एक बार तो derive करना ही पड़ेगा. Then only you will have the confidence, then only you will be able to remember the result, right? So you understood how we went through this? Now my question is, if I say tan theta is minus 4 by 3, what is going to be my sin theta and cos theta? Huh? If my tan theta is minus 4 by 3, what is my sin theta going to be? Plus 4 by 5 or minus 4 by 5? Plus 4 by 5. Why plus 4 by 5? Because my theta is slope. Slope cannot be greater than obtuse. It will always lie between 0 to 180 degree. 0 to 180 degree sine never gets negative. So it will always be positive. What mistake student can make? Put minus 4 by 5 plus 3 by 5 and pura jo whatever the answer was supposed to come has been gone through hell, right? So this is the way you are going to handle. So you understood what is the formula? You can remember the formula. It's nothing. It's very easy to remember. Otherwise, what you would have done? Point of intersection निकालते या पता नहीं क्या क्या करते. I don't know. So you remember this method? You will remember this? Just the constant difference product upon the slope difference. Clear? You know the proof? Everybody understood it? Am I going very fast? No? फिर से करें? Okay. What was the height? C1 minus C2 upon under root. और उधर आया था D1 minus D2 तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं था? इसमें प्रॉब्लम था? ये डिस्टेंस निकाल लेते हैं हम लोग. This was y is equal to m2x plus d1, y is equal to m2x plus d2. I set this point as alpha comma beta, so it turned out to be m2 alpha minus beta plus d1 upon m2 cos theta minus sin theta. ऊपर वाला d1 minus d2 हो गया क्योंकि alpha beta is lying on this line, so it means m2 alpha plus d2 is equal to m2 alpha minus beta is equal to minus d2. So it turned out to be, and tan theta is nothing but m1 है ना. इसका slope क्या है? m1. So cos theta m2 upon under root 1 minus m1 square, and sin theta, ठीक है. अब इसको मल्टीप्लाई कर दो. क्लियर? घर पे जाके करो, सब हो जाएगा. ठीक है? No issue till here. So you know how to find the area of quadrilateral now. See question number 3. A line is passing through a comma a. Both m and a satisfy this equation. Find the equation of lines. X minus 2 ka square is equal to x square minus 12. What is going to be the solution of this equation? x is equal to 4. So m and a both are satisfying this, है ना? So a turns out to be 4, m turns out to be, so equation turns out to be y minus 4 by x minus 4 is equal to 4. Final answer complete या कुछ गलती हो गई? गलती हो गई. So एक और लाइन है, मैं लाइंस लिखा हूं. गलती क्या हो गई? हमने x स्क्वायर को काट दिया. m must satisfy this. तो इसका मतलब है दूसरा इक्वेशन क्या है? a कॉमा a, दैट इज 4 कॉमा 4 से एक और लाइन पास कर रहा है, which is equal to, clear or not clear? मैं जान रहा था गलती करोगे. Now since we know the sign distance thing which we found out, this will be real help in finding the mirror image questions. When you have to find the coordinates of image, we can easily find how. Let's say this is the mirror and the equation is ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. This is your equation of mirror. Let's say this is your object x1 comma y1, and let's say this is your image I. हमें ये निकालना है. So I know this is, okay, so let's say this is R, this is also R, so I turns out to be now the question is, what is R? Now the question is, what is alpha? Tan alpha क्या होगा? The slope of this line. What is the slope of this line? So what will be the slope of this line? What is going to be my sine alpha? And what is going to be my cos alpha? So I'm writing the final answer here as x1 minus 2 ax1 plus by1 plus c. What is my cos alpha? A upon this. So a and under root a square plus b square into under root a square plus b square is comma this is going to be your image. How many time? How many seconds? If you know the result, 15 seconds, right? Otherwise कैसे करते थे? ये equation, ये point, ये slope, equation of line, point of intersection, then midpoint theorem. That was the way, right? Now that is not required. Let's say बोलोगे नहीं सर अभी भी वैसे ही करना है, तो मैं बोलूंगा करो pi comma e root 3x minus root 7y plus e is equal to 0. Do it. Will you be able to do it? कर लोगे आधे घंटे एक घंटे में. Okay, so this is the way. Pi, this here your method fails. Here your method fails. Like 1 किलोमीटर तक मैं walk कर लूंगा, लेकिन 10 किलोमीटर जाना है तो you won't be able to walk. Your method fails. बहुत सारे बोलेंगे नहीं कर लेंगे, तो फिर 100 में फेल करेंगे, 1000 में फेल करेंगे, लेकिन they will fail. But people who will be taking a ride, they will not fail. अब वो भी डिपेंड करेगा कौन सा राइड ले रहे हैं. So you understood how to find image? Clear? 15 to 30 seconds it will take. Mark the result, but you should know how the result is coming. Okay. Now, it was 4th question. Now, 5th question is, he has asked to find the image of the circle with respect to the line. Okay. You have to find the equation of the image of the circle. अच्छा, सर्कल का इमेज क्या बन जाता है प्लेन मिरर में? सर्कल ही रहता है ना, और थक वक्त तो नहीं जाता है, सेम रहता है. तो only आपको क्या करना है, रेडियस भी सेम रहेगा. So what you need, just the image, find the image of center. The moment you have found the image of center, question is done. So you just have to find 2, 3 का image with respect to 3x plus 4y plus 5. That coordinate is x minus, let's say it has turned out to be alpha and beta. So answer would be x minus alpha ka square plus y minus beta ka square is equal to 16. Clear? Easy question. Now, what is this? Y is equal to x square plus 1. What is it? What is it? It's a parabola. And you have to find the image with respect to x plus y is equal to 1. Then how to go for it? कैसे करें? He's talking about, let's say ये कोई parabola है, तो ये parabola का equation लिखने को बोल रहा है. Right? We are very comfortable when it asks to find the image of point. Right? Now here the role of locus will come. Point, it means parametric locus. What it means? Parametric locus. Y is equal to x square plus 1. What is the parameter? T comma t square plus 1. T comma t square plus 1. This is your parameter. इसका इमेज निकाल लो. T के टर्म में ही आएगा. T के टर्म में आएगा. And then eliminate T. Getting the idea? What is the equation of this? X plus y is equal to 1. Right? The point is t comma t square plus 1. So I'm going to find this point. So this point is going to be, x is going to be equal to t minus 2 into t plus t square minus 1, sorry, plus 1 minus 1 upon, what is a? 1. A square plus b square. What is ab? So 2. No, a square plus b square. So x is 2, 2 gone, 1, 1 gone. So finally t minus t square. So finally x is minus t square. What about y? T square plus 1 minus, see minus, remember, twice of, what is b? Again 1 into, I'll put the same story, t plus t square plus 1 minus 1, the same story 2. So t square plus 1 minus t square, 1 minus t. So your x is minus t square and y is, so t turns out to be 1 minus y. So equation turns out to be x into minus 1 minus y ka square. This is the equation. It's again a parabola. Axis is changed. Clear? So whatever the curve it gives you, you have to find the mirror image. Think of parametric locus. Think of that point, and then you know how to apply that point image form. Put the direct formula. Find the point. Eliminate the parameter. Done. Okay. These type of questions they really ask. Okay. So till 5 no issue, till 6 no issue, right? So you see everything is sprouting from the same sine distance thing. You have finished straight line, right? But did you do anything of this sort before? No. Now see, find the equation of L if angle bisector of L and Y is this. There is this line L and there is this line Y is equal to, and this is going to be your, what is this equation? X plus y. Is it my mirror? Can you take this point as t comma 3t plus 2? Can I find this point? Same story. Eliminate it. Find the answer. Clear? Easy question. Okay. Otherwise, what is the angle? This, okay, this is the same angle, and then यार plus होएगा कि minus होएगा, है ना? See, these are the things which, when you do straight line questions, it seems an easy chapter, straight line. Yes, it is an easy chapter provided they give you infinite time, but they don't give you infinite time, right? They give you a very, very short time. So you have to be very, very thorough. You should be very, because there are 100 ways going to solve that answer. You should know, and there is only one best way. Out of 100, you have to choose the best. So this is the how you are going to do. Okay. Now my question is, question number 8. Write the algorithm for the position of P1. Let's say I'm saying, अच्छा एक बात बताओ, when x-axis and y-axis was cutting it, my 2D plane, I used to call this as quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4, right? What about I say these two random lines, L1 and L2? In how many quadrants my 2D plane has been divided? 4. Are we going to call quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4? No. But we can say these two quadrants as adjacent quadrants. These two as. So you understood what are adjacent quadrants? Whenever two lines are cutting each other, so the adjacent quadrants are just adjacent to each other. Okay, as the name says. Now what about opposite quadrant? These two are opposite quadrants. And what are same quadrants? Same quadrant, same quadrant, same quadrant, same quadrant. So these are the terminology, right? Same quadrant means lying on the same quadrant. Opposite quadrant means lying on the opposite quadrants. And adjacent quadrant lying on the adjacent quadrant, as the name says. Right? It's just a translation. Now, if you see, you have 2 points P1 and P2 with respect to intersecting lines L1 and L2. You have to write the algorithm. What it means, he wants to know that if this is my L1, this is my L2, position of quadrant. Obviously L1 and L2 किसका? P1 and P2 का, एक दोनों के respect से, ठीक है? So I'm going to draw the algorithm. I'm going to say P1, P2, right? These are my 2 points. I'm going to take case 1 when they are lying on the same side of L1. They are lying on the same side of L2. What happens? I don't know. When they are lying on the same side of L1 but opposite side to L2, what happens? I don't know. When they are lying on the opposite side of L1 and opposite side to L2, what happens? I don't know. हमें ये fill up करना है ये जगह, और ये fill up करके हम इसे याद कर लेंगे. बिल्कुल जैसे नाम याद करने को होता है ना, वैसे ही आंसर भी आएगा. इसका आंसर आएगा सेम, इसका आंसर आएगा अपोजिट, इसका आंसर आएगा एडजेसेंट. Obviously चौथा केस तो नहीं दिखाई दे रहा किसी को. अपोजिट एंड सेम, सेम स्टोरी. डोंट से सर 4 केस, अपोजिट एंड सेम. यही 3 केस होगा ना? Good. So draw this table, fill the gap, and we are just going to show what the gap is going to be filled by. So if you see, let's say this is L1, this is L2, right? P1 and P2. So we should start our experiment. First case says P1 and P2 are lying on the same side of L1. So let's say P1 is here. So P2 कहाँ होगा? या तो यहाँ या तो यहाँ. यही होगा ना? यहाँ तो नहीं हो सकता है, इधर ही हो सकता है. या तो इधर या तो इधर. और ये बोल रहा है P1 and P2 on the same side of L2 too. तो ये केस नहीं होगा. कहाँ है दोनों? Same quadrant में. So when they are lying same with L1, same with L2, then the answer would be same quadrant. Clear? Very easy to remember also. Difficult to prove, but we have proved it. Now, second case was P1 and P2 lying on the same side of L1. Again, same story. Either this or this. Right? And opposite side to L2. So obviously, this is not the case. Where are they lying? Adjacent. So case 2, adjacent. Case 3, P1 and P2 lying on a opposite side. So it will be either this or this. Clear? And opposite to L2 as well. Opposite. Clear? याद रखना इसको, बहुत important part है. This result is also coming from sign distance, right? Now the question is, find the range of M if M comma 2M minus 3 lies in opposite quadrant of 1, 2 with respect to these two lines. So I know these two lines now. One line, let's say 4x minus 7y minus 2 is equal to 0, and x plus 3y plus 5 is equal to 0, right? This is the equation of two lines. Now what he wants me to find the range of M comma 2M minus 3 in opposite quadrant of 1 comma 2. He's saying the same story, na? This is the story. It means both of the lines are lying opposite with respect to this as well as this. ये जो साइन देगा इसके लिए नेगेटिव देगा, ये जो साइन देगा इसके लिए अपोजिट देगा ये. So we develop two equations. First condition, let's say I am putting 1 here. So it will just tell me positive or negative. 3 plus 2, 5. It will be a positive thing. So इसके लिए क्या देगा? So I'm going to put M plus 6M minus 9 plus 5. This first condition. Other condition and. Both should be true, right? Right? Now, what is it? देखो put करो. 4 minus 14 minus 2. Obviously it is negative. So इसके लिए, so 4m minus 14m plus 21 minus 2 should be. ये तो inequality solve करना आता है. क्या होगा देखो, 7m minus 4 is, ये होगा ना, which means m should be less than 4 by 7 and इसका देखो क्या आ रहा है, minus 10m plus 19 is greater than 0, which means 10m should be less than 19. So m should be less than 4 by 7 यहां कहीं है, let's say. तो 19 by 10 कहां होगा, यहां होगा. और it is less than 4 by 7 means ये part, and it is less than 19 by 10. तो common part क्या है, 4 by 7. So answer would be m should be less than 4 by 7. Clear? You understood? So the question how you can handle if they say opposite quadrant, when they say same quadrant, when they say adjacent quadrant, you know how to go for it, right? Good. Find the locus of angle bisector of two intersecting lines. Let's say I say कि the equation of a ray, of an incident ray is this, and the equation of a reflected ray is this. Can you tell me the equation of mirror? अच्छा एक बताओ, एक मिरर होगा या दो मिरर होगा? ये भी तो हो सकता है. Clear? Now these two mirrors, ये दोनों एक दूसरे पे क्या है? इसका मतलब ये क्या है, एक acute angle bisector और एक obtuse angle bisector. So mirrors are going to be your angle bisectors, right? Now see, you understood why two mirrors? मैंने जो दिखाया बस उतना ही तो एक्सटेंड हो रहा है ना, लाइन है ना, लाइन सेगमेंट थोड़ी है, रे थोड़ी है. Now I have to find the locus of angle bisector of two intersecting lines. When I say, if I say this is my angle bisector, what is the property of angle bisectors? Distance will be same. So I'm going to say, if I'm going to call this point as h comma k or x1 h comma k, let it h comma k. So I can say distance from this equal to distance from this, which is equal to a1h plus b1k plus c1 upon under root a1 square plus b1 square is equal to mod of a2h plus b2k c2 by, ठीक है, मॉड हटा दो, कैसे हटाएंगे इसको करके, plus minus. So I see two equations, right? So this is basically my, and h and k to be replaced by, so this is the locus of angle bisectors. So I see plus and I see minus, means two equations, right? Obviously it has to be two equations. They will be perpendicular. One will be acute angle bisector, one will be obtuse angle bisectors. Next page, please. See, 11th, a ray of light comes along the line. Same question. You just have to write both the equations, plus and minus. Both are right. Here it's fine. Here it's fine. You don't have to differentiate which plus, which minus. Both are right, right? When you have to find the equation of mirror, both are right. So just write the locus, you will get the answer. But see 12th question. Find the bisector containing origin. Now tell me, plus wala will contain origin or minus wala will contain origin. Now it's a choice. You know the steps. What is the step? I know, I'm sure तुम लोगों ने होगा कि put C1, C2 positive, and then you haven't done this type. You haven't done bisectors. Okay, you were absent. You people didn't attend the classes, right? Okay. तो अब देखो क्या करते हैं. Let's see. Find the equation of bisector containing origin. इस इक्वेशन को पहचानते हो? What is it? Normal form. Right? I can say equation, I can rewrite it as P1 minus x cos alpha minus y sin alpha is equal to 0. I'm going to write this as P2 minus x cos beta minus y sin beta is equal to 0. P1 and P2 both are positive terms, right? I've intentionally wrote this because I want my constant term to be positive. I can see this, right? Now what is the equation of bisectors going to be? It's going to be P1 minus x cos alpha minus y sin alpha upon cos square alpha plus sin square alpha, that is equal to 1. फायदा देखा नॉर्मल लिखने का? You don't have to write anything down. Which is equal to plus minus P2 ओके देखो प्लस वाला मैं लेफ्ट में लिख रहा हूं, माइनस वाला इक्वेशन राइट में लिख रहा हूं. इफ आई टेक प्लस माय इक्वेशन इज गोइंग टू बी x cos beta minus cos alpha plus y sin beta minus sin alpha plus p1 minus p2. और राइट साइड में देखो क्या होगा, फॉर माइनस के लिए देखो क्या हो रहा है, minus x cos alpha cos beta minus y sin alpha plus. Now tell me, out of these two equations, which one will be closer to origin? Which one will be closer to origin? This one or this one? Obviously जिसका c छोटा होगा. P1 plus P2 और P1 minus P2 में छोटा कौन है? P1 minus P2. So it will have डायग्राम से भी चेक कर सकते हो. So which of the bisector will contain origin? So what are the steps? Whenever you see, you have to find equation of bisector containing origin. Write the equation first. Take those two equations. Make C as positive. मतलब दो equation, let's say x plus y minus 3 and 7x minus y minus 4. I see both C as negative. So what I have to do? Make them positive and then write the equation of bisectors. Now which will contain origin? The one with plus. The one with plus. After making this constant positive, see, so you will remember this step. No issue till here. Okay. Now second question is find the equation of bisector containing p is equal to alpha comma beta. ठीक है. So you know how to find the equation of bisector containing origin. Now you want to know find the equation containing alpha comma beta. So you remember the steps होगा उसका कि make C1 and C2 positive, make C1 and C2 positive, write the equation of bisectors and then take plus for origin and minus for non-origin. अच्छा, non-origin side देखो कुछ भी हो सकता है, plus वाला भी हो सकता है, minus वाला भी हो सकता है. Why? If I say this is my origin, it will contain plus, ये भी plus होगा ना. तो नॉन ओरिजिन साइड में दोनों आंसर सही है, नॉन ओरिजिन में दोनों आंसर सही है, ओरिजिन में सिर्फ एक आंसर सही है. क्लियर? नाउ सेकंड पार्ट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट फाइंड द बाइसेक्टर कंटेनिंग P. I don't know where P is lying, but I surely know where my origin side is. After making C1 and C2, I can make my, देखो, I have found out this is my origin, let's say. I found out this is my origin. Now, my P can either lie same side or adjacent side or opposite side. यही तीन केस होगा. तो how to find कि when origin side, when opposite side? ठीक है, P and origin. आपको पता है origin सबके साथ प्लस देगा because we have made C as positive. Now here same, opposite, adjacent, opposite. Now we know origin is giving positive with all the equations, right? So for here it should give plus and then plus, then only I can have plus. If it is plus and minus, it means adjacent, and it gives minus, opposite. Now tell me, plus by plus is plus, minus by minus is plus. Getting the idea? समझ में आया? So for this, the steps is going to be make C1 and C2 positive, write the equation of bisector, if, और फिर उसके बाद find the sign of A1 alpha plus B1 beta plus C1 upon A2 alpha plus B2 beta plus C2. P is getting the idea? If they give the same sign, it means plus by plus, so plus. If they give opposite sign, minus by minus, again plus. If they give opposite, मतलब दोनों minus minus दे दिया तो again this. If opposite sign मतलब minus आ गया, इधर या इधर, तो इधर या इधर वाला बंदा कौन होगा? Minus वाला. Getting the idea? So the steps is going to be, for origin it is make C1 C2 positive, write the equation of bisectors, blindly give plus to origin because we have made our C and C2 positive. Now second step, when we have to find P alpha comma beta, make C1 and C2 positive, write the equation of bisector and then find the sign of A1 alpha plus B1 beta plus C1 upon A2 alpha plus B2 beta plus C2. If that sign turns out to be plus, only the sign, you don't have to find all the values, only the sign. If it turns out to be plus, put plus. If it turns out to be minus, put minus. These are the steps which you are going to write, but you should know how these steps are coming. Now the idea is, okay, fine, I found origin side, I found any random point, है ना? But what about which one is obtuse and which one is acute? But before I go into obtuse and acute, tell me if I have a triangle, ABC and the coordinates are 5, 7, 9, 1 and 12, -6, I have to find whether this angle is theta is obtuse or acute. आपको मैंने ये बताया था last class में. If I have got x1, y1, x2, y2, x3, y3, find the condition when theta turns out to be an obtuse or acute. कैसे किया था? Dot product है ना? Vector dot product. If this dot product turns out to be positive, it means it is acute. If this dot product turns out to be negative, then it is obtuse. Let's see, what is it? 9 minus 5 is 4 I cap. And 1 minus 7 is minus 6 J cap. 12 minus 5 is 7 I cap. Minus 6 minus 7 is minus 13 J cap. Dot product is going to be 28 plus 78. Obviously positive. So obviously theta is going to be acute. Clear? No issue till here? Okay. Now the question is how to find the acute angle or obtuse angle bisectors, right? If you remember, if I draw this line and I'm going to call this equation as a1x plus b1y plus c1 is equal to 0, right? Let's say this is my point a1 comma b1. कहीं ना कहीं तो lie करेगा a1 comma b1. Let's say this is my a2x b2y plus c2 is equal to 0. इसका भी a2 comma b2 कहीं ना कहीं lie करेगा. Clear? Now this angle मुझे नहीं पता acute है कि obtuse है, right? I know this is my curve जिसका वेक्टर क्या होगा a1 I cap और इसका and this is origin, right? If this is theta, let's call this as theta. If this is theta, this is pi minus theta. This is 90 degree. This is 90 degree because this vector का slope हो गया b कॉमा a, इसका स्लोप हो गया माइनस a बाई b, इसका हो गया सेम b2 बाई a2 और इसका हो गया माइनस a2 बाई b2. So they are 90 degree. So 90 90 concyclic quadratic, right? If this turns out to be obtuse, then this is acute. If this turns out to be acute, then this is obtuse. Okay. Now what is this vector a2 b2 and this is a1? So dot product is going to be a1 a2 plus b1 b2. If a1 a2 plus b1 b2 is positive, if a1 a2 plus b1 b2 is positive, it means it is acute. So it means, and if a1 a2 plus b1 b2 turns out to be negative, then negative is this is obtuse, then this becomes acute. So the lesson learned here is, for finding the equation of bisectors, let's say you have to find, we have already done how to find angle bisector which contains origin. We have already found angle containing any random point. Now we are finding angle containing bisectors, whether acute bisectors or obtuse bisectors. So we are finding steps for obtuse bisectors. So obtuse bisector is, take the equation, make the equation C1 and C2 as positive, write the equation with plus and minus sign, find the sign of A1 A2 plus B1 B2. If that sign turns out to be positive, positive is for obtuse. If A1 A2 plus B1 B2 turns out to be negative, then negative is for obtuse. दोनों में ही obtuse होगा. When I say A1 A2 plus B1 B2 positive, it means plus will be go on for obtuse. If A1 A2 plus B1 B2 turns out to be negative, then negative goes for obtuse. बताओ, अगर इसको प्लस मिल गया तो ऑब्वियसली नेगेटिव को होगा ना. अरे A1 A2 plus B1 B2 या तो पॉजिटिव होगा या नेगेटिव होगा ना. When it is positive, give that positive to obtuse. If that is negative, give that negative to obtuse. Give that negative to obtuse. The sign of A1 A2 plus B1 B2 tells me the sign of obtuse. Or now when you have to find acute angle, make C1 and C2 positive, take log, and then take the exponents, and then take the pi thing. I'm telling you, when you have to find the acute angle bisector, take the log both side, then exponent it, then make it under root, and then make it cube root. Since we have already found obtuse, do we really need to have my acute steps? Obviously, the other one is going to be my acute, and you are writing it. When I am saying obtuse angle bisector, do I really have to need steps, write steps for acute? It's already given. If plus is given for obtuse, obviously negative will be given for acute. You are writing it square root log and theta alpha gamma. You should be understanding things ki kya ho raha hai. We have learned how to find the bisectors for origin. We have find the bisector for containing any random point, and we have found for obtuse, and then we have to found for acute. Acute का step क्या है? Take the log both sides, and then okay. So you understood the steps? So ठीक है, it's just a fun, nothing to take in your heart. Okay. तुम्हारी इस हस्ती से पता है? Nobody will forget now. और तुम तो कभी नहीं भूलोगी. Clear? Getting the idea? ठीक है? Now see the last question, and then we. Okay then, bye bye.